And that was kind of where everything kind of changed, you know, like, oh my, like that, like, I can succeed, you know what I mean? Because otherwise there was nowhere for me to go, really.
Yeah. Two nights in a row. 2 nights in a row. Look at, you see any bags under my eyes? Not yet. End of the night, you might. Because it's 2 nights in a row of Gabbing Doodle. This is the second night. I was on last night, all the way from 8 o'clock until about midnight. And so tonight we're gonna have a. I think this is the last one before we switch over to November, because tomorrow night is Halloween. And so I'm gonna be out with the kiddo, going and getting candy from strangers. You know how that is. And so tonight I'm gonna do another session. We have a wonderful guest on tonight. We have a wonderful illustrator. Let me see. Of course, it's backwards always when I do this. I need to figure out a better way to do this. But Mike Slack is going to be joining us. He did Pyrosaurs. We have other ones here. Nugget and Fang. Monkey Truck. We have a bunch of fun, lovely, silly illustrations probably coming our way in a matter of minutes. And so a reminder for folks, at the end of the week, I will be posting this on YouTube as well. So you should be able to hunt down stuff and be able to watch some of the work there if that's easier on you. But I'll just show a couple of the fun little images here from Michael. And so we're gonna have a chat. I don't think he can stay the whole night if I remember correctly. But we're gonna cherish the moments that we have with him. And so let him in, and we will get going. Sometimes oh, there he goes.
Hello.
Hello. Let me make sure my volume's all the way up so I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I sure can. Let me turn mine up too.
Yeah, I just realized I had it down earlier in the day, and all of a sudden I got this little whisper of hello. It's barely coming through, and I was like, you got to be speaking louder than that. Yep. Thank you for joining us. We've been fans for some time. Ever since I found Pyrosaurs back in the day. Yeah. That we've been sort of following you, and I've been very excited to have you on. And I don't know. I'll end it there, and I'll just say it's wonderful to have you on, because you're one of those people that I'm always impressed with. Your ability to draw characters and understand shape design and all the fun stuff that goes into it. So,
well, thank you. Thanks for having me on. This is like it's great to finally have it work out. Yeah, Thursday is like my daughter has band practice, so I usually am watching your Gabbing Doodles while I'm sitting in the Whole Food parking lot, like while she's her band practice.
Wait, in the Whole Foods parking lot? Is she practicing at Whole Foods?
Yeah,
I didn't realize they had a band.
The School of Rock location is like right next to a Whole Foods. Okay. So
it's changed since I last went into a Whole Foods. I didn't realize.
It's like having like metal
marching bands as you're picking out your granola. Exactly. So thank you for joining us. We have I know a lot of folks out there probably already know who you are, and if they don't, they should know. But if you could do a little quick sort of refresher for them, and give them sort of a sense of where, not necessarily the whole history, but just sort of who you are, what you do, sort of if there was some start that got you into it.
Yeah, well, my name is Michael Slack, and I'm a picture book author, an illustrator, an occasional gallery artist, an occasional character designer, and a former game developer. And
why'd you say it that way?
Former TV show pitcher.
Okay.
And yeah, that's what I do. I mainly do picture books now. I started off doing editorial work. I started off in editorial and advertising, and I mean the freelance sort of work. My original sort of start was game development.
You
But
went from the money maker of advertising into Kidlit?
well, you know, it just kind of, like happened. Like the stuff that I was doing for in advertising was all sort of character based, or you know, like I work for a zoo in Utah, and you know, posters and like the bus stuff, and so it was all sort of kid related. And like over time, my career just sort of steered more into the sort of like the children's market than and steered out of the adult market.
It's interesting how many folks like started out in different markets, myself included,
yeah,
and then sort of found kids books and have you know, it's become this little nest and this comfort place for folks.
Yeah.
And you know, like I started out in editorial and animation and things of the sort, and there's a lot of folks that started that way, but there's a lot of people that started out in graphic design, ended up towards it, and I don't know if it's a like gravitational pull that's bringing people in, or if it's just like people's lives sort of shift at certain points. And when did Kidlit hit for you? When was that?
You mean the publishing, or yeah, do you mean like when it really was kind of like something that I thought I wanted to do?
Well, how about both?
Well, I mean, I guess it's always sort of been in the back of my mind because my mom was an educator. Okay. And so, you know, she shared with me like right at the end of my college years, that's Lane Smith and John Cheska's book. And I was just like, holy cow, you could do that. You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
That was really like, okay, that's something, you know, like it made Kidlit seem exciting and like something that you could actually like have an irreverent voice or do things that, you know, that I kind of have a little bit sort of dark sensibility, or, you know, I like macabre kind of stuff, right? Have monsters, that kind of thing. So, you know, seeing something like that, it was really like, it made me realize like, oh, okay, you could really do something interesting in that format. Plus, you know, I like comic book. I love the spirit of like, you know, self-publishing, DIY kind of comics. You know, zines, like when I was younger, like everyone was doing zines, and that was really cool. Just being able to like put something together and put it out. So, yeah, and that's so
character and sequential and like all those things that like, I mean, it's the same thing for me for animation. It was, you know, there were things that I learned in that just easily transitioned.
Yeah.
And the editorial I was doing was not like hard hitting New York Times, you know, planned sponsor stuff. It was like family planning magazines and, you know, those kind of like cute little quaint things like baby's first meal kind of stuff. And then it's like, oh, okay, well, you know, it sort of makes sense to transition. So tonight,
first kind of like jobs, like real jobs or like magazine jobs that I were getting were all sort of like, you know, like the toxic employee. So I could like really like make really gnarly looking, weird, awful looking characters and things. You
know? Were you going through that during the time frame of stock art, like the big stock art sort of boom?
Yeah, like that was kind of like, so that would be, you know, 2005 through like 2010. You know, that was kind of like my main sort of chunk of time editorial.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's one of those things like when I was going through school in the late 90s, there was lots of threats of stock art. And, you know, and I was like, oh, that's going to be the end of illustration. And then, of course, you know, it wasn't. And now we're going through other iterations of you know, digital art and AI and all these things that, you know, everybody has their opinion on one way or another. But it's one of those things where like we all experience these challenges of some sort. It depends on what era you were in, what your challenge was.
I mean, how long has painting been dead, or how long has
exactly
dead? You know what I mean?
Like books are so yesterday. Like really, because they still have bookstores. So tonight, the sort of spiel that I go through at the beginning here is, if the internet cuts out of any sort, just hop back on. I'll try to hop back on as fast as possible. And if there's some communication thing, we'll try to reach out. But that hasn't happened in a while, so cross our fingers. Okay. 2, I didn't even say 1 for that one. So 2 for the second one. I know that you have limited time. And so if at a certain point you got to jump off, don't hesitate. Just let me know, and we can do a little sign off and say nighty night or what have you. 3 3 is my wife keeps track of materials that people use.
Okay.
And whether, if it's digital or what kind of brush packs and things or whatever it may be for you. And I'm wondering, can you give us a little snippet of what you're working with and brands, if you know the brands?
Pentel P207.
Oh, is that one of the ones that I think is mine a Pentel? Oh, mine is a Pentel. Yeah. Do you have the one that opens up, or is it just a mechanical?
It's just a mechanical. It's just kind of the cheapo ones. I saw ones, like I keep seeing like the ones with the bigger LEDs. I think I want to try one of those next. I love those. And then what else do I have here? I've got some. I also use these a lot. These monolith graphite pencils. They don't have wood in them.
I don't even know what brand. I'm the same thing. I have what? Where are mine?
Cretacolor.
Yeah, it's I use it for, it's easy for graphite transfers, and you can't get detailed with them, and so like it's real chunky, and I love them. And I don't know, I just buy whatever brand is available. But
you just drop them, or they're
they're not the most safe or easy to use graphite, but I do love them.
And then I have some Super Sculpey.
Oh,
I was like thinking, like, what would I like to do for the next hour and a half that I haven't got to do in a while, and sculpting would be great. So I'm thinking I might like just do some creature heads, like some sketching out some heads, and see if anything, like if I can come up with a critter.
I love it. We never have, I mean, we've had people do some things that are like a little bit of found object here and there, but nothing that's like sculptural. And one of the things I keep, I teach on the college level, and one of the things that there's always been this argument of illustration is, is digital or paint. It's a bunch of googly eyes all the time. And I'm like, it's not a material. It's not a style. It's an approach. And like, I keep telling these students, like, you could do all these like sculptural things, or you could do a photographic illustration, and you could do all these. And so like having someone on that's willing to jump into that sculptural thing, I'm like, yes.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. But it better be good, because otherwise.
Well, I mean, it's, that's interesting. Like I'd love to hear about, what your students are saying these days, or what they're like, what they're talking about, what's going on with them. And also, like, I really love your I love all of your work, but I was doing a deeper dive into your gallery work, and there's some like really wonderful pieces that you have in your website under your gallery work. And
it's not this stuff that I do here.
What's that?
Like, it's like 2.5D or sculptural in weird ways, and not what I do here, but it's still like the same mindset. But
it totally tracks. I mean, that's one thing that I think would be fun to talk about, is like the intersection between, art and illustration, like, like where the overlap happens. Like when I'm doing work for shows, a lot of the characters for my books have come from when I'm working on gallery shows, or like coming up with art for gallery shows. I think that sort of mindset, or that sort of space, at least personally, is a little bit more open, right? Like I'm not thinking about like trying, like, okay, what what's going to sell or anything like that. You know what I mean? So
you're the client, yeah, and you're not having to answer to like the authority. I don't know if I'll call them that, but so yeah, I would love to talk about that. The other thing I want to, so you're going to sculpt yet, and you normally like, I love your your personal stuff, the weird like monster stuff. I'm like fascinated by some of the shape choices in there, and I'm wondering, like, are we going to see a monster out of this, or is it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's
okay.
You know, it's more Halloween.
That's I did a Halloween piece last night, and I'm trying to think of like, what do I do tonight? And I was like, I know you love sort of monster kind of things, and maybe I'll do some sort of weird like castle-y thing that allows for like dragons and monsters and
cool.
Whatnot. A dungeon of sorts. So why don't we switch to downshoots and we can just get going, and if the conversation goes wherever, if you want to switch topics, don't hesitate, just switch topics, and we'll see where it goes.
Okay, cool.
All right. Let me see. Switch this here. So let's, as we set up here, I have a feed so I can watch if there's any like issues or anything of the sort. But one of the things that I wanted to, like, now that you mentioned it, talking about that sort of intersection of gallery art and illustration, because there's quite a few people I have on, and I ask like, oh, do you do gallery art? And a lot of times they say no. And I'm kind of not necessarily like offended, but taken aback by the fact that they haven't ventured into that territory in some sense because of, you know, one, revenue stream, but two, some of the artwork is so beautiful that I feel like it would be a shame if it wasn't up on a gallery wall or, you know, purchased in the same way. And so can you give me a little sense of sort of your experience with the gallery side?
Yeah, I used to do a lot more gallery shows, and I had shows in LA, I had shows in New York, had some stuff in France. It was kind of like that underground art scene, that sort of art scene that's kind of character based. I guess it was kind of, before it was pop surrealism, it was called the lowbrow art scene.
Yep.
So
Art brute.
Yeah. So there was a group that got in contact with me. They were it was called the Art Dork Collective, and I wasn't an official art dork, but they liked my work, and I started they asked me to be in some shows. So I think galleries just sort of became aware of my work through
yes,
being involved with that group. So I used to do, it was like kind of like all right, it's going to take me a minute to talk and work.
It's okay. It's okay. This is standard fare. I'm so used to it that people like all of a sudden hit this wall of like, how do I speak while I'm making? Well, let me pose a question for you. And
there we go.
This might help sort of spark it in a way for you. Do you mentally, because I run into this problem myself of, and you had mentioned like I have this gallery stuff on my site. I understand that technically it is connected in some fundamental way, but I also in the back of my head go, it's different, and it is not like, I almost compartmentalize the work in a way. And I'm wondering, is it's sort of like, partially because you had mentioned that idea of like, if you're working for someone else, you have a different approach, and then you work for yourself and maybe you have a different, path you may take. And I'm wondering, do you compartmentalize in that same way of this work is for gallery, this work is for commercial side?
Well, I kind of like, when I'm making something or creating something, I try not to put it into a category necessarily. Most of everything that I make is character based. So it's like, okay, what is this character saying to me? Where does it want to be? Does it want to be in a 1 minute animation? Does it want to be, does it want to be a sculpture? Does it have a bigger story? Does it want to be an art print? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it just sort of like it just the character or the piece just kind of tells me what it's going to be, if that makes
No,
sense.
it makes sense. I mean, I like the idea of, in a sense, of like you're. It's gonna sound weird, but like the art director is the piece
Yeah,
versus you being
yeah,
the client of sorts. That it sort of is telling you what it needs to be.
yeah.
Does that mean that you make a lot of work on spec, like just not knowing where it's gonna go?
Um, yeah. I mean, I guess so. I mean, like I have archives of lots of characters, and I'm always going back through things. Like, for example, I did a show at a gallery in Chicago called Roto Fuji.
Okay.
It was called We're All Weird, We're All Wonderful. And that was, I think, 2015, 2016, something like that. And one of the characters that I made for that show is in a book that's going to be published next year. So,
Oh, kind of interesting.
so I have all of these characters, and I just sort of bring them out every once in a while and see like whether they have anything new to tell me, or
let them see the light of day for a little bit and see if they've
exactly.
grown a little, or
I mean, it's
they've
I mean, it sounds kind of crazy, but like I really care about the characters. I really think about them, and I really want them to have a good long life.
yeah. Do you, when you make the characters, it's gonna be probably like either show that I'm crazy or not. I don't know, depending. Do you hear them talking to you? Like, not necessarily like, hey, don't draw my arm that way, but like, do you hear their voice in your head, or is it?
I wish, because it would make writing a lot easier.
Okay. Okay.
No, 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 no.
I mean, I'm not
Um,
saying that they're like literally talking to me here. I should be careful so I don't get locked up here.
yeah,
But more so just that idea of like, I try to put myself in their
yeah,
shoes quite
yeah.
often. And so like when I'm drawing, I envision sort of like their emotion. I try to like, empathize in some way or sympathize with the
Yeah, yeah,
character.
yeah. I mean,
Uh,
sometimes it'll be, the character will say, or it will seem like it needs to be in a certain situation, or it may be, like, for example, the character that I'm just talking about, um, he needed a friend because he looked like he didn't, like,
yeah.
like he just needed a friend. And so came up with a friend for him, and then they needed a place to be, and they had a cool place to be, and then they wanted to leave that place, and so they needed to have a thing to leave that place.
Yeah, it's sort of structure. There's a linear path in a way that the story develops because of
Yeah,
the
and
need or the necessity.
yes, so yeah, it's just sort of building out their world and just sort of figuring out, like who they are and what they would do.
Do you the now like so there's some folks I have on and their work is depending on sort of the projects they're working on can be very um random. And I don't mean it in a bad way, but I mean like they're I never know what to expect from them. And then I look at your work and I'm not saying that it's like insanely consistent or anything of the sort, but there is a distinct shape thing and a distinct character that comes from your work.
Oh, thank you for
And
saying that.
yeah, it's like it's not just like I can spot your style, because I feel like style is sort of I don't know. I feel like it's a strange term
Yeah,
to use nowadays, but I can spot your thought process in a weird way, like the way that you choose angles on characters, or like looking at something like Pyrosaurs or Monkey Truck, or the ones that I was showing here, or some of the other ones that are in stores that people should all go out and buy. There is this sense of like, how do I put this? Like I always think of your work as having a real crispness to it,
huh.
and I don't mean it
That's
like
Yeah,
it's funky or sharp, but it's crisp.
yeah, it's uncomplicated. Yeah, I mean, what's really funny, Mark, is that when I started, like when I was talking about, those early shows those art shows that I was doing,
Yeah.
everything was like really rendered. Like I had this idea of like if something was well rendered, like it was unquestionably good, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
and I just I just I, it was no it stopped being fun, like just
I think that was
that
a holdover of just like the era in which you came up through the arts.
it was just a perfectionist kind of mentality, and so I just kind of started goofing around more, and I was like, I don't want to make good art, I want to make fun art, and
Yeah.
that really kind of changed everything. And that was before I started doing the picture books. So
I mean,
but yeah, I always
I've gone
had
through
this.
this same sort of process, and the reason why I was asking about the time frame is I feel like when I was going through school, there was an emphasis in illustration, or a lot of the illustration and classes were focused on like how well you can render and capture light and capture all these
Yeah,
things. And then now I'm looking at stuff and I'm just like, that is not the heart of it for me. In fact, most of the work that I like is sort of crude and rudimentary.
absolutely.
And
100.
I don't know if that's a generational thing. I don't know if that's it's a me getting older going, hey, I need to break the rules from what I was taught when I was younger, or there's all sorts of ways to approach that
I mean,
method
there's,
of concern.
I mean, there's a freedom in that. You know what I mean? There's like you're not limited. Your mind isn't like locked into a preconceived idea. It's you're allowing it to sort of develop, right?
Yeah.
Like the idea or the shape or the line or whatever. And you know, uh, there's I really like folk art. Like art
Mm-hmm.
it's there's something fresh about it. You know what I mean? Like it, it doesn't look stale, it doesn't look overworked, it's just very fresh. And you know like someone had an idea and they did
Yeah.
it.
It's
Like
it's from the heart without some oversight saying I have to appease some
exactly,
some
exactly. So
art director or what have you.
I'm always in this. I guess I shouldn't say always, but there's always that that sort of desire to render and shade. So, and also, I just wasn't very good at capturing reality in drawing, right? Like my stuff always looked wonky and, you know, weird and not quite right. And I just leaned into it instead of like, you know, otherwise,
Yeah.
otherwise I probably would have given up, you
I
know?
think I'm in the same boat. Like when I do teach any sort of like drawing course, and it's figure drawing or whatnot, like I can draw and I can get it pretty good, and I don't mean to like brag and be like I'm the best, but there still is a clunkiness to it
Yeah.
that is just my natural hand
Yep.
that is going to show up. And at a certain point in drawing, like I look at um I did this trip to Ireland and we were going to go out and draw on site and all these things. And then I was looking at Mike Lowry, who has his travel trips. And
Mm-hmm.
I was like, he's out there doing all these site specific drawings, but it's in his style.
Yeah.
He is not like somehow sectioning it and going like, well, I'm drawing on site, plein air drawing, whatever it may be, that somehow it has to look different than the rest of the work or somehow match what everybody else is doing. And I think that's like so smart. And I wish I had come to that realization earlier in my career, that like you don't have to live up to everybody else's standards.
Yeah. Yeah. And no, I mean, and yeah, you shouldn't worry about, listen to me, you shouldn't worry about when something arrives because it arrives when it needs to arrive, right?
Yep.
So,
Yep.
so.
So thinking about that idea of the arrival
Okay.
of style or your approach, and I'm wondering, was there a point that you can sort of think about in your past in your, or, you know, current day, whatever it may be, that you think your voice arrived? Like, was there a book or a project? Was it a moment that you sort of, you know, like there was just a switch that got flipped?
Well, I kind of feel like it's always,
Yeah. Hasn't arrived yet.
right? I mean, maybe you've experienced this, but have you ever gotten done with a book and then you're like, I kind of want to do it over again?
Yes.
because you've learned something and you're like, oh, I'm a better illustrator now. I want to go back and like redo this book, you know?
That happens on the regular for me of, you know, you hit a deadline, you just got to get it in, but you could tweak it till the end of time because there's so many things you could, you know, make better, or, you know, or bring a new approach to in some way.
But part of it is you've learned something through the process, and, you know, I guess, no, I think just slowly over time you start sort of honing it in, and like certain things that like I've loved and that I used to do a lot, like jaggy kind of lines, you know?
Yeah.
Like just really expressive kind of like jaggy stuff, you know? Like that's sort of come back a little bit because I'm like some of the projects that I'm working on right now are comic book readers.
Okay.
So I'm getting to re-explore my line quality and stuff like that. So that's sort of coming back in, but
into the forefront.
Yep.
I mean, it's one of those things my wife has always said, and I don't know it's ever up my alley, but the idea of like doing lots of black and white work, because there is, you know, there's tons of it for like middle grade novels and things of the sort. Well, I shouldn't say tons, but that's the kind of work that tends to be done in those middle grade novels just for cost sake. But I'm also a color person. I'm like, okay, how do I venture into that territory? And I have to, like, in a way, I think what you're saying is, and correct me if I'm wrong in my paraphrasing, but sort of like you have to go back to the fundamentals of like what makes your work shine through, whether it be through like, you know, relearning your line or relearning your approach that is maybe you've lost along the way. And I know I've done black and white work in the past, and so like, why can't I? But there is this, like, you know, somewhat of a mental block in the sense of like, well, I just always do color, so that's what I'm going to do for the rest of my life.
I mean, our creative our techniques and the things that we've learned are sort of, it's our toolbox, right? And, you know, you can keep digging into your toolbox to, you know, you just may not, you know, you don't always need a hammer. Sometimes you need a screwdriver or, you know, a ratchet or, you know, whatever. So
I was trying to think of a tool that would be way out there to throw in the mix there, but I couldn't think of one fast enough. Some sort of like arc welder. Something that goes far beyond.
But, I mean, that stuff doesn't leave us, and, you know, we can always use that and in a new way, like all of these techniques and styles, and you know.
So thinking down that line, is there something that you can look back on and say like, I was doing this a long time ago and I had lost it, and now I'm getting it back, and it's like, obviously you mentioned the idea of the line, and that is probably, you know, a quick and easy answer to this, but is there some skill set that you forgot about that now you are like appreciative of again?
Yeah, I stopped doing any sort of like rendered work for a long time, and then you know, a little while ago I started doing some, you know, just in sketchbook drawings, nothing for show. It wasn't really for shows or anything, but I started rendering stuff again, you know, like shading and really being mindful of, like where light's hitting, like, texture, detailing. And it was, it was, it was really comforting. So the process of just focusing on, like, a little square of detail that you just stipple for 20 minutes or whatever, just that it was, that was, it's like a kind of comforting. So rendering has sort of come back.
Stippling is one of those skills that like brings me back. That
Yeah.
was like a skill from high school that I remember like practicing stippling a lot. And so as well as once when you say stippling, I'm like, oh man, like I can remember the projects. I can remember how proud I was about the rendering that I did with that. And now looking back on it, of course, I immediately see pain.
Yeah.
I see anguish from trying to do that over and over. But
Yeah.
it is one of those, like, there's certain skill sets that they teach you along the way that I think a lot of us sort of drop because they felt like an assignment, or they
Yeah.
felt like something that was old hat
Yeah.
of sorts.
I mean, I tend to work pretty small, so this sketchbook is probably the biggest. I mean, I've done paintings in the last few years that are a little bit bigger than this, but I work pretty small, so like I'm not spending like days and days and days stippling, because I would probably go bonkers. But
I was talking to a colleague and
hello.
free. Oh, okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, it's my battery wasn't connected, and so it was losing power. Okay, it seems to be connected now. Hopefully that we'll cross our fingers.
So this guy was worried about you, Mark.
Yeah, it was it's that classic, I think there's a bunch of lint from my pocket in my phone that I need to pick out of there. I was saying that a colleague at work who puts in 25 hours into a piece.
Yeah.
And I was surprised, and I was thinking that's the sketch, that was the editing phase and whatnot. And they said no. And when you were mentioning the idea of like working small and sort of to me, it's not necessarily that I work small, but there is a speed that is comfortable, and I don't want to burn myself out on a piece by overworking. Yeah. And I don't want to rub it in their face and be like, how long it takes me to make a piece is a couple hours.
Oh, for sure.
But I imagine that there is, it takes all types. Let's put it that way. But is there, do you work small like Charles Santoso, where he's like working, postage stamp size? Or
No.
when you say small, what does that entail?
So I usually don't do anything. It's rare that I do anything bigger than 16 by 20.
Okay.
And in general, things are, between like 9 by 12 or, that's 9 by 12 is like all the drawings from my last show were 9 by 12.
What about the books? I mean, your work is like, obviously there's like scale that has to come into play for spreads and things of the sort. So is there a separation in your mind when it comes to that?
Yeah, sort of, because like, I mean, I work a lot faster digitally than I do, non-digitally.
Yeah.
So
what are you using digitally? Are you Photoshop? Okay.
Photoshop and brush special special brushes that look like other things, you know.
The simplification, it looks like other things.
Yeah. Well,
the,
yeah. Let me clarify that. You know, brushes that emulate traditional
yes.
meat.
Yeah. No, I knew what you meant.
Okay.
This is a funny way to phrase that.
I have a brush that looks like a chair.
Yeah. The reason I sort of ask, I mean, obviously, like the digital, you can zoom in, zoom out, but you're working on a screen that has like nobody's working generally on a like 30 by 40 screen.
Right.
They're working on a screen that's sort of a certain scale, and you zoom in, zoom out, but there is a sort of level that people want to zoom in.
Yeah.
And zoom out. And do you set rules for yourself as far as like, so you don't get into pixels?
Oh, I forget about that all the time. Like, I really have to, like, I'll just catch myself. It'll be like, why are you, like, no one is going to see these 2 pixels.
Yeah.
So, no, I tend to get lost in that a fair amount. So, but it's just trying to be, like, aware of, you know, okay, you realize your screen is, like, taking up, you know, it's like the tip of a finger, and you're like, no one's ever going to see that.
My curse in life is the crumbs and things that stick to, now because I'm doing the collage with like any sort of glue.
Yeah,
it's stuff that sticks to it, and then it's how finite do I want to get with my magnifying glass in Photoshop?
Yeah,
to get rid of all of those, because eventually I'm going to be to the point where I am pushing pixels, and no one's going to see it, and I'm going to remove all the dust, and I'm going to remove all the texture.
Yeah.
In the process.
Yeah.
Is
like
when you do work digitally, is there? And the reason why I ask about sort of rules, but is like, you know, are there parameters that make it more fun for you, or, you know, allow the flexibility? Because, you know, knowing that you like to do things that, you know, sort of cross boundaries into weird monsters and characters and things of the sort. Is there, are there things that you set ahead of time before you actually start?
Do you mean for books?
I think just in general is what I'm talking about. But yeah, I would love to know on the book side specifically, you know, when you're working digitally, is there a rules that you play by that make it more fun?
I just try to be as, I mean, the great thing about working digitally is, or what I really liked about it, or what really drew me to it, is, you know, the flexibility of, you know, just being able to make changes really quickly, you know.
Yeah.
So I could do, you know, I can just do, and I think, you know, this is where maybe the shapes come in. I can just, like, you know, use the lasso tool and create some crazy looking shapes. So I almost use the lasso tool like almost as if, you know, like a collage, you know, just creating a shape and seeing if it works. So that's, you know, that's something that kind of has been, keeps it enjoyable.
Yeah.
But
fresh, as the kids say.
Yeah. But recently I've been doing more sort of simplified shapes by having a wider brush and doing like big bold strokes rather than like and just trying to let those strokes be what they are.
Yeah.
And that's been kind of not being too persnickety about, oh, well, if it was just had a little bit more of an angle on it, it would maybe look better. It's like I'm trying to lean into good enough. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because I watch, and these students should know better, but sometimes we'll be in the middle of crit, and they'll be on their iPad sketching as they're listening to what's going on. And I say they should know better because they should be, you know, eyes on the wall or on screen that we're talking about. But I see them, you know, draw a line, undo, draw the same line, undo, draw the same line, undo. And at a certain point, I understand the idea of like you want to get the right line, but at a certain point, I just want to say like, stop, deal with it. Like, like how long are you going to do this for? Because you're going to spend, you know, the rest of your time on Earth trying to figure out this one line.
I definitely fall into that trap. And, you know, especially recently when I've started doing these, you know, comic book readers, you know, after, you know, not being really as aware of line work, you know,
Yeah.
like, you know, most of my stuff recently has been, you know, like chunky shapes, textures, and a little bit of rendering, right? A little bit of shading.
Yeah.
So now that I'm started working with line again, um, there has been a little bit of a learning curve. Like, okay, you know, there, you don't like I'm having to tell myself to like just let the let it go, because I've definitely fallen into that trap of trying to like, oh, you know, undo.
Yeah. The one that I always get into the trouble with when it comes to line in particular is because I work, and I imagine it's probably the same for you as well, because I work with shape and I work with sort of flat colors so often, and I don't outline things.
Yeah.
When I work with line, it's always a question of, do I need to actually outline the entire thing, or can I leave gaps? And where can I let sort of the imagination connect those lines?
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah. Yep.
at the same time, like, I'm just so used to dealing with something that has a hard edge in color that when I go black and white in a sketch, I'm like, well, I got to draw the complete outline. Otherwise people aren't going to understand it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think, you know, the more you leave for other people to like to use their brain to fill in the blanks, you know, I think that's the best thing to do, because it keeps
Yeah.
the brain active, right? And it keeps the viewer engaged with what they're looking at.
Are you using a Cintiq?
Nope. I'm using a Wacom
Which
tablet.
will, yeah.
My 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 gear is really, it's like over 10 years old now. I'm like due for an upgrade, but I'm like right it kind of in the um, some projects. So I want to wait until the projects are done before I try and make, because it's going to be a whole, I'm going to have to update everything at this point, you know?
Yeah, it's a
So,
learning curve
yeah.
to, because you're with right now you're looking at a screen, but you're not, your hand is not on the screen, so you're like looking up away from where you're drawing, right?
Yep.
Yeah, which is, that was the way that I learned how to, you know, digitally draw as well.
Yeah.
But having your, I remember when the Cintiq came out, going
Uh-huh.
to events, and I remember thinking like, why do people want this? Your hand's going to be in the way of what you're looking at.
Yeah.
But it's just like what you're doing with a sketchbook. So it was a dumb statement on my part.
Well, yeah, I mean, my wife, she bought me an iPad, you know, so I could, you know, use that and like leave the house and go work other places. And it became my daughter's over homeschool during the pandemic.
Your wife's plan to get rid of you was failed.
Oh no,
Read into that.
yeah, no, it's not to get rid of me. It's to keep me, you know, keep me from going bonkers.
That's sure. That's what she said,
Right.
but in reality, we're all reading between the lines. You know, you could work anywhere, right? Not just here.
Right.
Um, and with stuff like Photoshop, is there a? I mean, you said like brushes that are other things, but are there packs or like brushes in particular that are the ones that you like? Oh, this is the workhorse for you.
Yeah, I use Webster's brushes, Kyle Webster's brushes,
Okay.
and there's a lot of them. I've sort of, and then what, I forget what the other brush packs that I've bought, but I've narrowed it down to like 5 or 6 that I use all the time, because there's just too many, you know.
Yeah. Do you
And
still buy
what's
brush
that?
packs? Do you still buy brush packs?
I haven't bought. I mean, I bought some for uh, my daughter recently, because she's really into Procreate right now, and she's like teaching herself how to animate, and she's really into drawing, and so I got her some new brushes to goof around with.
Yeah. I have the problem, and it's been a while, but I had the problem for a while wherein I would buy brush packs and I would just fall back into, well, I'm going to use the same brushes I used before.
Yeah.
I would see like another pack where I'm like, that's pretty good looking brush right there. I bet you that'd be cool. And I buy the pack and then I fall back again.
Yeah.
Ones, and it's, it's not that it's money ill spent, because there's going to be some point where I need that one little brush that's in that pack. But I feel like it's the curse of brushes, or digital brushes, that you're going to always find one that's better than the last one.
Yeah.
Or I mean, like it.
I still have a bunch of analog textures that I have scanned in over the years. I have a pretty extensive texture library that I don't rely on it so much anymore, but I used to in the past because digital brushes weren't that great. So I used a lot scanned analog textures, and I've been using a few of those again in some, like last fall I participated in the Folktale Week.
Yeah. Yep.
And I dug into that, and I was trying to create some stuff that I could use for like book covers, or like more adult kind of, portfolio pieces geared towards adults or the older range rather than young children.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I dug back into that texture library and used some of those, and it's pretty cool.
I have a really dumb technical question for you. So back when I was in school, I went to RISD for undergrad.
Cool.
And this was before the time of Google Images. Because you needed a reference for something. They had a thing called the photo library.
Yep.
And go in, and it would be like, I need a picture of a tiger. And you would ask for the folder of tigers.
Okay.
And it would pull out laminated images from magazines and, resources. And it was just a folder of laminated images.
Okay.
But they had a whole division in the school. This room was set up with like student workers and whatnot, that their job was to grab magazines, flip through them, find the images, put them in the correct folders to catalog it. And so I have always wondered, because I thought, it was a great resource at the time. Now you have Google Images, but there was a point where I was doing animation and I was making lots of textures because I wanted to do like cool textured backgrounds and things.
Yeah.
But then I got to a point wherein, how do I catalog all of these textures in a way that makes it easy to find them? Like, do I go through, like, here's all the reds, or here's all the gritty textures? And I'm wondering, like, for your collection, do you have some sort of organizational system, or is it just haphazard?
Yeah, I numbered them. Like, so texture 4 I used a lot. Texture 26 is one that I used a lot. And I didn't really use, how like some people use textures as I used mine almost as masks. So like I would paint through the texture, like really get the contrast really contrasty and make a selection, and then like paint through the texture. Okay. So it was almost like a masking technique rather than like laying a texture over a shape and then just changing the opacity or whatever. So I was using them a little bit differently.
Yeah.
But
it's still the organization of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, even today, like this is going to be, for anybody that's listening who's going like, wow, they're going to talk about art, I'm going to ask a question that's really boring, but a question that is dear to my heart.
Okay.
Because I am not good at it, and this is why I ask: how do you organize your files as a digital person?
Yeah.
Like mine, I have. If I ever need it, I can go grab the piece out of my flat file, and go, oh, I have it here. If I need to rescan it ever, I can.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering with the digitals, like, are you someone who like purposely labels things really well and folder systems, or are
Um,
you where it's like final underscore fin underscore the end underscore,
yeah,
like.
yeah, I use finals, I use dates, and I also use the color coding, just
Okay. Okay.
because with books, when you're working on, you know, sometimes I'll save off a file, just so, like accidentally do something and be like, oh, better save this one, you know.
Yeah.
Um, anyway, the color coding helps me know which one is the most. I mean, there's also the date that you worked on it, but it's just a quick, easy visual. Like if when I'm putting things together to like send to someone, all the ones that are labeled blue and green, those are good to go because the blue was, the the final color, and then the green was after, all the dialogue bubbles were put in or whatever,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Approved to send.
that's
I do
that's
have
an
I do have
example.
folders that say sendable, and
What's
that's
that?
my. I have folders that say sendable, and that's when I
Yeah,
know that it's like the final thing. Uh, but it's one of those things. I'm not good at organizing, but I also know that like people who work digitally and have to constantly like save their
yeah.
files. It's that is a challenge that I don't think I will ever face purely in any manner.
Yeah,
um,
I'm not a very organized person at all, but I've just over time realized like that just really helps me like, you know, not send the wrong thing or look like a
yeah.
goofball by, oops, I sent you the low res version.
Oh,
Sorry. Or what?
I don't even know if I can say this technically, but I'm going to say it. I just judged some stuff for Society of Illustrators.
Mm-hmm.
And the amount, like there was at least,
Oop.
I don't know, I can't name the percentage, but there was quite a few folks that had sent in things that were low res.
Oh no.
And it's most of them were not, um, winners to begin with. Just like it was people who just probably didn't know what they were doing to begin with, but it was interesting just the amount of people that had like not understood or maybe still don't understand the idea of resolution
Yeah.
the way it's meant to be done. um do you sketch ever traditionally and then bring it in digital, or like how does the process work for you, I guess is probably.
I used to do that like all the time, but at some point it just became easier to just sketch on the computer and skip the scanning step.
Yeah.
But I don't. I think like everyone else, I'm wanting to. I've never done a book, an analog book. Like that. I've never done the illustrations analog for a book. Well, that's not true. I did a comic book a long time ago that was all done in graphite,
Yeah.
but picture books. And I think at some point I would like to have that checked off the list of, you know, achievements. Doing a book that was entirely done analog or mostly analog.
Yeah. Are there other things that are like on that list of like stuff you want to accomplish?
Oh, absolutely. I'd love.
Name them. Name them.
Well, besides just be a good dad, be a good husband, be a good general dude.
Well,
Um,
I meant.
but art wise,
Yes, art wise. Yes.
I'd like to. I think it would be fun to do a larger scale ceramic piece, like a piece for, I don't know, just like I keep thinking of like some kind of almost like a kaiju monster for someone's garden or something like that.
Interesting.
Like some kind of crazy ceramic creature that lives at someone's yard or in a park or something like that. So like a large scale sculptural creature like sounds pretty appealing to
Do
me.
you do you have a kiln?
No, the I the gallery that I I'm not, I wouldn't say represented by them, but you know, that shows my work and sells my work. They have a kid, so they fire my stuff. There's also a place that it's a ceramics supply place, and they also do firing.
Oh,
but since the gallery, you know, since I'm going to be showing, since I show stuff at, you know, at the gallery, there, it doesn't make, you know, I'll just pay them to fire it rather than
it helps you get in the door with the gallery a little easier too, probably, if you're if you go, I'm going to pay someone else to fire it and then bring it to you and expect you to sell it.
Yeah.
Now, did you take ceramics classes and things of the sort prior, or was this something that you sort of picked up on your own?
It was just like picked up on my own. You know, I just wanted to start doing something different with my hands. And I was always interested in like toy culture, you know, like the vinyl toys or whatever. But I didn't really like the idea of having a bunch of, you know, like future landfill, like making a bunch of like stuff that's never going to biodegrade, you know. And plus it's just, you know, so I figured, you know, I could just use clay and make one-of-a-kind things instead of doing runs and things like that. So I just decided that, you know, that would be a fun thing to do. So I just took that. There was like, in the town that I live in, there's a kids art studio, and they offered an adult, wasn't really a class, it was more just like studio time, where you go in for 3 hours, you make stuff, and you have 8 sessions, and by the end of 8 sessions, you know, your stuff gets fired, and you know, that. So
it's one of those, ceramics is one of those things that, like, I think when I was in high school, we had a ceramics class, and most of the kids made things that were inappropriate out of clay that couldn't be fired. And so I kind of have this mindset of like, I don't want to go, for anybody's, that's kind of a weird statement. There were lots of bongs being made. And I was like, I don't have any interest in going and making bongs or hanging out with kids that want to make bongs nonstop. And so I sort of poo-pooed the idea of ceramics fairly early on. But now that I'm older, I'm like, man, I sure would love to go and just like make something that's this physical object.
Absolutely.
It's ceramics, but ceramics is like one of those methods that would be easily approachable. Like, I'm not going to go and learn how to be some furniture maker.
Right, exactly.
That's too complicated and the tools are too expensive. But ceramics is like, ooh, that sounds like a lot of fun. Did you ever take classes though? Just like in general,
I mean,
like,
I took a ceramics class in junior college, but not really. You know, it was just more of like I taught a children's book illustration class at California College of Art. And I realized that maybe it was the class. I mean, not the class itself, but like it was an adult extension class. So it was people that like they had full-time jobs, and they were coming home and, you know, like having to come to school, come back, go do something else. And so attendance wasn't great, and, you know, like couldn't really, like, where am I going with this story? So I was teaching, and I realized that there were certain things that I loved about it. I loved being around other people. I loved talking about books. So it was more sort of like socialization stuff that I really got out of it. And I was like, I could do that and make stuff for myself, you know? So I just signed up for a ceramic class. Through teaching, I realized that I should take ceramics.
Now, how many mugs do you have at home that you've made?
0, because since I haven't made anything. I've made one practical or one usable, like a practical piece of pottery, one thing that you can use. Yeah.
I mean, the stuff on your site is amazing. The ceramic stuff that's on there, I'm like, this stuff is so cool, and I love. And I assume that everybody, when they start out in ceramics, like first lesson is, okay, we're all gonna make a mug, and then we're gonna make a vase, and we're gonna make a plate, like all functionality.
You know, I mean, I went in. I wanted to make tiny little sculptures that I could sell on my website, basically. You know, something fun, like little characters, and then I just really, really enjoyed it. You know, and the gallery, it's called the Compound Gallery. They wanted to show some of my I guess they're more drawings than paintings. And then I showed them some of the ceramics I was working on, and they offered me a solo show for ceramics and sculptures. All right, there we go. We're getting there. It's kind of ghoulish, kind of alienish. We're getting the head down.
It looks like you. I don't know if the camera can be tilted down a little bit. Oh, there. Yeah. Okay. There's the. It's. I think where your hands are working are a little bit off screen.
Okay.
But one of the things that you know, your skill set in character design and shape design clearly translate easily into a three-dimensional realm, which I know is not like everybody's cup of tea, in the sense of like, you know, learning, or I shouldn't say cup of tea, not everybody's skill set. Let's put it that way. And so it's always impressive to me to see someone that can make that transition. I've been trying to convince, and anybody that does ceramics, and I'll try to convince you too, who has the ability to make objects with clay, that there's somewhere out there, there is a picture book that needs to be all ceramic. Like, not necessarily, you know, a big clay book, but a book where the images are done through ceramics, and like a photograph thing.
I'm sure that exists. There's got to be one somewhere, right?
Yeah, it's like Virgin Honey, or I forget what I know her Instagram handle, but who does like found object stuff, and then photographs it, and the photograph is the final piece. But I'm just like, I just look back at all those like Grecian urns that have illustrations on them.
Yeah.
You know, most people go like, oh, it has these cool decorations. So I'm like, no, those are illustrations. They're just, that was the form they had. And so I'm like, there's somewhere out there, one of those books is going to be, or I'm either going to find it or someone's going to make it. And if they don't, maybe when I'm older, I will do that.
I was going to say, why don't you get cracking on that?
Yeah. I have enough stuff on my plate right now that I don't necessarily need to learn all that. But if I can, if I run into a time where I can really spend some time doing that, that'd be a fun project. The hard part is like trying to do all the work, send off the dummy book, and then they go, no. And you're like, oh, I planned out this entire thing. Or if they want edits.
I know. Yeah, that's kind of like you do a sample spread and have the story written out. You have a sample spread and you sell it on that, rather than like, you know, like doing the whole dummy.
Yeah. I just imagine them coming back and like, can you just tweak this one little thing? Like, all right, it's going to take me. I don't get to fire this until another couple of weeks, because that's when the kiln is going to be run, and so you have to deal with this, that, and the other.
I mean, I've always wondered that about I forget his name. Red Nose Studio. I think his last name is Sickles.
Yeah,
Sickles?
Chris Sickles.
Like, how much time?
Yeah.
You know, to make that, for him to make that stuff, that's just incredible. And like,
it's the only thing I can figure out is that he has some sort of system to like reuse.
Yeah.
Otherwise, his house has got to be a like warehouse of things at this point, because there's like how big. I don't know if you've ever seen how big some of the original like sets are for those kinds of things, but they're not tiny.
Yeah.
And so like every illustration as that is kind of nutty. And so, yeah, he must reuse, like, you know, if he needs a little can of something that, like, let's say a can of motor oil, like, I'm sure he has like a little drawer somewhere where it's like, here's old motor oil that I've
Yeah.
used last, and pulls that out.
Yeah, like miniature, like it's like the prop room, but in miniature.
Yeah. What do you need? A table? Yeah, let me grab that for you.
Yeah.
I mean, I have some students who have tried to do stuff like that, and the problem is they have not had that system built, or they have not, you know, they haven't done it enough to know how to make everything. So they can make something that has like a couple of really cool pieces in it, but functionally, they have not experienced making a whole set before, and that takes time.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how he gets all that done in any reasonable time frame, but he does.
I know.
Or they just know, hey, this is going to take you an extra 50 years, and so we'll just wait.
Yep.
Are there artists out there in particular, like thinking about Chris Sickles, and for anybody that wants, it's SIS or SICKELS, I think is how it's spelled, but Red Nose Studio. Are there artists that you look at right now that you go, they're doing something special, or they're doing something that, like, not necessarily that you're jealous of, you know, I'm sure can come into play in certain situations, but where you just go, wow, they're doing something cool, and I'm really like interested to see where this thing's going to go.
Absolutely. But, you know, I sort of anticipated that was going to be a question. So
Good.
I was like trying to like find names. I'm terrible with names. But let me think. Let me noodle on that a bit. I'll get back to it.
You're telling me,
but like I'm finding like
inspiration.
I'm finding more inspiration from like ceramic artists and you know, people that are like gallery kind of work rather now than picture book folks. I'm really enjoying a lot of like there's kind of like this Korean sort of scene that's kind of come up in the last few years, and like there's some really fun, quirky like paintings and drawings and illustrations. I'm not coming. I can't remember any names, but I can, you know, when we're done, I can send you
a list.
Share with you some of the feeds. There's a guy that does. He actually does pretty much like kaiju ceramics, and they're really like just his creatures are just incredible. Like they're very, they seem very spontaneous, and they're very unique. You know, a lot of times when people work with like a particular theme like kaiju, or, you know, whatever, like I don't know, dogs, or you know, that they just sort of like rely on pre-established techniques, or not techniques, but pre-established sort of imagery. You know what I mean? And you know, but this guy really like comes up with his own creatures. Oh, one guy that Darren Schuler. I'm loving Darren Schuler's work. Like he's like in the last year, I became aware of his stuff, and like I'm really enjoying everything that he's doing.
Name me some of the, like, what kind of stuff is it? Because that name sounds really familiar, and
he did a book with Chronicle recently called I think it was Dog and Hat, or Hat Dog, or I'm forgetting. But he's a comic book artist, or he has a comic book kind of vibe. But he just seems like he's really like going for it, you know. He's just really letting his own, he's created his own thing, and he's really putting it you know, front and center, and not in a very sort of uncompromised kind of way. It's at least that's how I sort of perceive what he's doing. It's almost like his stuff is like almost kind of has like a old school, like 1960s, 70s, like, you know, comic book kind of um, sensibility to it on some level.
Yeah. I'll have to go look it up because the name sounds super familiar to me.
You'll know it when you see it.
Yeah, part of the problem that I have is the amount of books that roll through our house at this point.
Yeah.
Is so over the top that even to the point when, I'll be having a guest on here and I'll be like, who's coming up? Like, I don't like, part of it is just, there's just so many names that have rolled through my head at this point. So many artists that, and all of them are wonderful, but it's hard to keep track of because there's just so many of them. And so like, it's one of those things where like that name sounds super familiar. And I'm sure once I see it, I'm also very bad with names, but I will, I'll spot it and go like, oh yeah. I gotcha. I'm my love right now tends to be a lot of like Eastern European illustrators.
Oh, absolutely. There was like I'm blanking on her name. I think it starts with a Z maybe, but she does these really stylized drawings, and they're like 2 colors and 3 colors, like red and black, or like an ochre and a red.
I'm trying to place it from that.
Yeah. I'm so bad with names, Mark. I'm like,
it's okay. I've said this on here before, and
it's like, you go like, there's like, you go on Instagram or whatever to, and you're so bombarded. It's impossible to keep up with all the stuffs.
What's even more frustrating is I have all my students coming at me with like, well, it's like so-and-so's work, their stuff. And I'm like, nah, I don't. Like, they all have a different aesthetic that they look for, or a different field.
Yeah.
It's like, I want to know every artist that's out there. I can't know them all. I have the other challenge too. And I was going to say I have students who have been in my class same semester, like they literally are in the room with me, and I forgot their name, and I feel horrible. But it's the way things are that I just can't remember everybody's name.
Yeah, who cares about names, right? I mean, you would see that person on the street, and you would be like, "Hey, what's up?" Right?
But I can also remember their artwork. Like
absolutely. And what's more important, recognizing their face and their artwork, or remembering their name?
Yeah, they're all just student numbers to me at this point. No, that sounds awful. As far as like getting out and seeing work, because you said you were interested in ceramics, and that's sort of been a driving force for you recently. Do you have the opportunity to get out and sort of experience new artists on a regular basis outside social media?
That's sometimes I try and go to a lot of the shows at the Compound Gallery, because they're just super cool people, and they have they're set up as an art studio. They have all these art studios there.
Okay.
And so I've been trying to go to their events. They do like printmaking in the park, where you can show up and they have a bunch of letterpress stuff, and people can just play around with type, and just kind of like free kind of community stuff. So I've been going there a lot. There's actually a show coming up on November 2nd. I've got 30. Well, I'm not technically in the show that's opening, but they have a little space. It's called the Admiral Dot Gallery. It's a little display where they showcase miniature artwork, and I did 30 new ceramic pieces, like small scale ceramics, and they're gonna have so I've got some stuff in the Admiral Dot Gallery and in this show.
Was there really an admiral called that? I like the name, but I'm wondering why Admiral. Like,
I don't know.
Dot makes me think small stuff.
Yeah. I think it's just a fun name. I think it's all it's just kind of for fun.
You know,
I mean, maybe there was an Admiral Dot. I don't think so, but
where's home for you? I forget off the top of my head where you're located.
I live in a town called Lafayette in the Bay Area in California. So it's on the suburban side of the Oakland Berkeley Hills.
Gotcha.
So it's like halfway between like the sort of uber or the incredibly wealthy and the mega malls.
The incredibly well. I know what you're talking about. You know what? Every time I think of San Francisco, that like Bay Area now,
Yeah,
that's what you're talking about. Is out in that area when you say Bay Area. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is all I hear about are the car break-ins.
Yeah, there's been an uptick in, especially in Oakland, like petty crime and stuff.
So that's it's not like just scare tactics that I hear. Like I heard people say, like if you go there, never leave your car on the street, or
no, that's definitely I think the Bay Area, there's a lot of people that at the moment or in the last few years have really wanted to hate on the Bay Area for political reasons.
Gotcha.
And I think there's in the past few years there's been a lot of like not, I don't want to say misinformation, but just sort of hyping like how dangerous it is, whatever, and it's not necessarily the case.
Well,
I mean, but
Boston's known as a tough town, but in reality I don't think it's that tough.
Right. And it's a city. I mean, Oakland, San Francisco, Berkeley, they're cities. And it's car break-ins happen in cities. They also happen in the suburbs, right? I mean,
do.
So
I had my car broken into in Boston.
Yeah.
It was going on a flight and then came back, and I remember being horrified because you never think that's going to happen, and then it does, and you're sort of like out of like, my car was not a fancy car. I don't know why I wanted my car. They did for whatever reason, but it is shocking when you're not expecting it. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, for sure.
So tell me, wait, what? If you can't see the Bay, you're not in the Bay Area. That's what someone says. Cheap Chills fan club. I'm going.
Is that Ben Walker?
Or
Cheap Chills? He's a dear friend.
Yeah.
That's my good buddy Ben. He's awesome. I love Ben. He's a very cool dude.
So is he calling you out for you can't say that you're actually in the Bay Area?
No, I'm totally in the Bay Area.
Just you can't say that unless was sad. Yeah. Says, what's up?
I think you might be referencing like I tried to get into a show once when I moved out here after I moved out to the suburbs.
Yeah.
And it was a show in San Francisco, and it was local artists. And
okay.
And I submitted, and they were like, oh, well, you're not local. I'm like, dude, I live 15 minutes away. So I guess I think maybe that's what he's talking about.
He says, just kidding, I love Lafayette. So where else? There's another Lafayette somewhere. Is it Lafayette, like south?
It's in the south, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you started to say that, I was like, I'm not picking up the accent. Yeah. But when you said Bay Area, I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But I can't think of where Lafayette is. Or the other Lafayette. Is there one of the questions I ask folks a lot of times, and I know some of this in certain areas in California, but obviously, like, it depends on the area that you're in. But the art scene itself in general, I think of the Bay Area as being very artsy, and just subculture wise, how things develop throughout the years, etc. That there is some sort of art community there. But I'm wondering how robust it is, or how connected that area is to that kind of stuff.
Oh, it's I think it's kind of suffered a bit in the last few years because as everything is getting more expensive and like people are having to close up shop and all that stuff. But I think Oakland has a much more sort of vibrant art scene than San Francisco at this point.
Really?
And yeah, like if I'm going to go see a show, unless it's a museum, I'll probably be going to Oakland, to go see stuff. But yeah, it's not New York, but it definitely, but it definitely holds its own,
I mean, it's there's the areas that are out there that obviously like LA for television and animation and things of the sort. And I think of sort of the Bay Area as having its own sort of vibe.
Absolutely.
That,
absolutely.
In some ways, like New York is fun, but I also think New York, there is an aesthetic or an approach that New York has that feels very different from other locations that I've been, different art scenes. Like up by me, the art scenes, there's certain ones where it's like, we're in New England, so of course it's like sailboats are going to sail well in certain areas.
Yeah.
But there's also like really funky sort of like old art. And when I that, like there's an appreciation for old things here.
Yeah.
And so like modern art isn't always the thing that everybody gravitates towards. And so the museums and whatnot, there's lots of history that's tied to the specific area of like, here's this boat from the 1600s in a painting. And you're like, oh, that was literally, outside on the dock at one point.
Yeah.
That's
really cool though. I mean, that kind of history is really, it's pretty amazing stuff.
What, out of curiosity, and this is sort of in that same ballpark of thinking about the culture and the experience, I just realized I'm like not zoomed well with this camera. Let me zoom again and get it a little better. There we go.
Not very.
What as far as like one of the questions I ask people, and it's always sort of varied, and it depends on sort of who you are and what you do and whatnot. But outside of art, and that includes ceramics, that includes all these kind of things. I'm wondering, there's always this question that students, they get into these roadblocks. And in fact, I had a couple just the other day who hit a wall and they're trying to figure out how to get past it.
What?
And one of the things that I have is go back to your roots, go back to what excites you. And art is one of those things, but there's obviously other things that get people excited in general. And I'm wondering, are there other sort of, not necessarily career related things, but are there other avenues of interest that you have that you can sort of connect in a weird way back to your art?
I mean, a couple of them are more, cultural, though. I like to go see when my wife and I lived on the East Coast, we used to go to plays all the time. So we like going to see, plays. My daughter is into theater now. And so we've been doing that, kind of family going to see plays and stuff. So
is the daughter theater in Trader Joe's?
No, she's she did a Shakespeare thing over the summer, like it's called unfortunately it closed, so sad. It was called Cal Shakes, and it's like they have, I think, 2-3 weeks, and they do a shortened version of a Shakespeare play. And so the theater, it's not in the same parking lot, but it would be really convenient if it was.
Yeah. How old's your daughter?
She turned 13 in June, so she's 13.
Okay.
That's a whole other. And your son is 8 or 9?
No, he's 11 now.
Oh,
so
okay.
Just started middle school, so we're getting to those the range you're talking about. I know I caught your drift.
Man, it's like, oh boy, she is awesome, and like it's been really hard kind of for me, that whole sort of like parental, that natural sort of separation that kids do, when from their parents.
Yeah.
Like it's been, it, it, I mean, that's the, one thing that I will always sort of cherish, and which is great about what my job, or how I've, being able to freelance and stuff, is, I've spent so much time with her,
Yeah.
like I spent a lot of time with her, which, I'm never going to have that regret where it's like, oh no, I I should have spent more time with my kid. We've spent a lot of time together, and now that she's, she's moving on to her own friend
Independence.
groups, and going through all that, it's like, oh man. you know it can be a little sad, meaning that, like, oh, my baby's growing up.
No, I know. I was the other day. Just, I mean, our little guy's younger, but he's hitting that point wherein, and I know that, like, I don't want to share too much of his life
Yeah,
on here and be like, hey,
yeah,
everybody, guess
sure.
what's happening. But he's at that point where it's that awkward middle school stage, and as artists, I feel like a majority of the art people I know, that was a very, very rough time, because they were, we were not necessarily the coolest of the bunch,
Yeah,
or, there's challenges across the board that, I think artists go through in a different way, or potentially, um, maybe one of the reasons why artists become artists is that they have that ability to sort of hunker down in their sketchbook,
yeah,
and that becomes a safety net. But watching my son go through that, and without trying to get too in the weeds in it and go like, you know, here's what you got to do. This is how you survive,
yeah,
etc. It's still hard to watch,
yeah,
knowing that he's going to run into the same problems I ran into, and maybe in a different way. Like, obviously, it's, well, I can't have Instagram until I'm this old, or I can't, whatever it may be.
right,
Um, but he's still going to run into those things where it's like they just had the first school dance for sixth graders.
okay,
And, like, I remember going to those dances and just like feeling out of place.
yeah, yeah,
And the parent in me wants to go like, I don't want him to hurt or to be
yeah,
challenged by it. But I also know that, like, that is character building in some way.
absolutely,
And, like, I imagine the same thing happens for you with, your daughter being at that age where it's like, how much do you step in? How much do you let that happen? And I would even venture to say, as most artists are very empathetic.
yeah,
Most, I won't
yeah,
say all, but most. And so it's a tough thing to go through, watching a kid grow up like that.
yeah. I mean, she's like, her school is awesome. It's like her school is a all girls middle school, and it's on the Northwestern University campus. I
Oh,
maybe shouldn't be talking anyway.
yeah.
So they're,
Say it
it's
again,
all
and I can
very,
beep it out. I
it's
can beep on top. Just beep.
yeah.
Or yeah,
I mean, it's all very empowering, and it's all, you know. So
yeah,
she's loving it, and we love her being there. It's all just mainly the not wanting to, you know, just so much of my identity over the last 13 years has been, her dad. And, you know, and not like I'm not going to be her dad, but I just have to. What I've realized recently is that, when she was younger and we would draw together, or paint together or whatever, I would be thinking like, oh, this is going to be so cool when she's old enough and we can go to plays and we can do that kind of stuff. And so I'm trying to lean into that. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like, sort of reframe it from being like, oh, my daughter's growing up, to being like, oh, there's all this new stuff that we can go and do and experience and do together. I mean, she's so good at what she's doing. Like, her work at 13 is way better than anything I was doing at her age.
Yeah.
I mean,
I can understand. Like my son is so much smarter with math and stuff than I ever was. He's not the art type.
yeah,
He's math whiz kid, science, etc., and he is on top of it.
that's awesome.
The,
Did
it's interesting, just the idea of there's some, I forget, it was some show. It was some, like, I don't know, some drama or something like that, and they had a clip of somebody saying something along the lines of, like, at a certain age you lose your toddler, but you gain, you know, I forget what, it was the equivalent, like you lose your little kid, but you gain a tween.
yeah, yeah,
You know, at a certain point you lose your tween, but you gain a teen.
right.
Like you have to, like, almost reframe it. I'm wondering on sort of
Well,
a,
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that, you know, you just get used to one thing, and then that phase is over, and so it's
yeah.
just a constant relearning and, like, reframing, and, you know, just relearning, I guess.
Have you, you know, obviously, like, as we're in a career where we have uh, kid related things happening on a regular basis. The idea
Mm-hmm.
of, you know, you're doing events and you have little kids around you and things of the sort, and having a child during that in some way is going to affect it one way or another.
Yeah,
Like, you get
yeah,
to see someone experiencing things and you get to relate to it in a different way or what have you. And I'm wondering, because your daughter is, you know, a few years ahead, but same thing with my son. Like, at one point, he was my source material or my, like, research in a
for
way.
sure.
What's he interested in? And, like, I get to see all the books. And now he's at a point where, like, picture books are not his thing, and
Yeah.
that's okay. But I'm wondering, like, did you have a phase where your daughter was the, not necessarily the inspiration for the artwork, but definitely helped you understand what, you know, what you need to do as an artist in order to hit that kind of mindset?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, my agent told me once, you're going to be creating work that's, you know, the same, that sort of tracks the same age as your daughter,
Yeah.
you know, and that's totally true. I mean, one of the books that I did, when did it come out? I think it came out in 2019, something. It was called Dragon Meets Boy. And
Yeah.
that's about as close to as autobiography as I'm ever going to write. You know, that's pretty much, that's her in the book. And that's like a kind of a real experience, you know, that we had together. And and even Kitties on Dinosaurs, that, I mean, she takes, or I give her most of the credit for that. I was um, trying to develop some animated shows, and I asked her, I said, you know, if I was to make you a cartoon, what would you want it to be about? And she said, kitties and dinosaurs.
Yeah.
And and I just went, oh, kitties on dinosaurs. And so she pretty much inspired that.
Did you dedicate it to her?
Absolutely. I think she's probably the most
Dedicated. Yeah.
dedicated person in my book
Now, did
dedications.
you pay her anything for that title or for that concept?
Yeah. I mean,
Over
kind
her
of,
head, and
we've paid for everything for the last 13 years.
yeah.
So,
What didn't you pay for? Yeah, that's an easier way to
right,
ask it. Um,
right.
as far as the one of the things that we're banking on here, and or at least I am, and I know my wife is probably the same, is, you know, with having a kid, and this is probably a weird conversation if people out there are like, I don't have a kid, why are they talking about this? But
No, it's
we're
huge. It's like, I mean,
so we're in this industry that have, you know, we're around kid lit all the time and people who are writing silly stories, and, like, my son going out and meeting people that are, you know, potentially his heroes.
yeah,
It's funny, like, I have a nephew who was very excited to meet a graphic novel guy who I was like, oh yeah, he was just at the conference that I was at and met him, and I had lunch next to him and whatnot. But to him, that's like, oh, you met this crazy superstar.
yeah,
Um, but I've gotten to the point now with my son where I don't think it phases him in the same way that it once
Yeah.
did. You know, he's grown up. But I also, the thing that I'm banking on is that there's going to be a point in his life probably where it shifts and he has a kid, and then all of a sudden he's going to be reflective, and not that I like need him to go, thank you, Father, for what you did for me.
Right.
But more so, there's going to be a moment where it's going to be, oh, wow, what an experience that was to be in an environment where I met all these people that, you know,
yeah, totally.
Now, like for me, if I were to go back, like there were people, like if I met the person who designed, you know, Voltron, I'd be like, this is amazing. Like I would have this new appreciation for it as an adult, and I'm wondering at some point, is that going to happen in my kids' sort of life? And
I think so.
Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine so. Like she is, I may have mentioned this already, but she's written 3 novels.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
Is her name Susan Collins?
What's that?
Is her name Susan Collins? So I'm like,
but
she wrote one called Pray Love. She wrote one called.
Oh, right. No, she really, again, like she's really taken to writing, and she self-published 2 with a friend of hers. She co-wrote, but you know, like right now, like for example, and this kind of goes back to what kind of stuff do you do outside of illustrating, or what, you know, I think we took her to see a conversation with Lee Bardugo,
Okay.
The Shadow and Bone author.
Yep.
And yeah, like I think it was like it was really wonderful to be able to take her to like be in the same room with this author that she really is into and enjoys and loves, and you know, just to have that sort of have her talking about like, you know, how she writes and her process and stuff like that. And but
what?
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, what's my point? My point is, I think, you know, that stuff matters, and they'll remember that, I think.
Well, I'm wondering, like, I was just about to ask, in your life, thinking back, like, did you have those kind of experiences? Did you have things that you look back now and go, wow, I really had an opportunity here to, like, you know, well, whether it be sports star, or whether it be, you know, like whatever it may be, did you have those kind of opportunities that you look back and go, I'm really appreciative of what I was allowed to participate in as a kid?
Not so much from, you know, I mean, things like, you know, during college or after college, but not so much when I was a younger kid. Like art wasn't really on my family's radar, you know. It wasn't really even on my radar, you know. Like at the time, if you like, you know, like when I started taking art classes in high school, it was like, well, I am giving up on college because to take an art class, I have to not take this class that's going to
Trigonometry,
or that's not going to go towards getting it, you know, a prerequisite for getting into college. So it was like, well, I guess, you know, I'm not going to college. So, you know, art wasn't really a thing that seemed viable. It wasn't until I started taking those classes and meeting teachers and, you know, their encouragement and seeing like, oh, wow, there's a whole, this is an option. There's a viable sort of tangible, you know, you can have careers in art, lots of different varied careers, you know, your career can change in art over time. And, you know, you can teach, you can illustrate, you can, you know, create, you know, work at the newspaper. I mean, again, this was a long time ago, but
was there someone in particular that you can sort of think back and go like, oh, that was the person who brought that idea into your head?
Oh yeah, absolutely. His name was Clarence Locke. He was the art teacher at the high school I went to, and you know, like he saw something that I could do, and he saw something in me that no one else was
Yeah.
seeing. He really sent me down the right path, you
Awesome.
know. Um,
Do you keep in touch with him, or is he still?
I
I mean,
you know
thinking about how old we are,
I think
I'm, you know,
I'm sure he's dead by now, but
okay.
um, you know, I would go back. You know, when I would go back to visit my parents, I would stop by at the school and you know say hello,
Yeah.
but not for a very long time. But I did dedicate a book to him,
Yeah,
so
I have
he
one
got
coming out.
dedication.
I have one coming out for my high school art teacher that was like, he was so, and I believe he is still around, but I know that he is much older at this point. But like without him, this never would have been the path.
Absolutely.
And it's important to like, to me, to go back and recognize and sort of cherish the fact that he was willing to take a leap of faith. And like, I even found out afterwards that after high school, that he advocated for me to take more art classes than what were technically allowed. And,
Oh, that's awesome.
you know, like those kind of things where it's like behind the scenes, you just didn't know that they were that they cared as much as they did.
Yeah.
And I'm sure every person probably had a teacher that was doing that stuff for them in some capacity.
Yeah.
Was fighting for them, whether they knew it or not. That, you know, it's.
I mean, he they had started like my last year in high school. They had started this thing. It was called the California Scholars for the Arts or something like that. It was like the first time they had done that. And basically it was you apply, you go, and you basically have college art classes for, I don't remember, like 2 weeks, something like that.
Yeah.
But basically all the colleges were there. So it was kind of like recruitment for
Yeah.
art schools. But he had the paper, you know, he said, this thing is going on. I think you should apply for this. And I was like, you know, I can't afford it to pay for this. He's like, you know what, just, you know, like, can you come up with the application fee? Cause you know, it's, you know, you might not have to pay if you get in. There's like financial aid if you get in.
Yeah.
I was like, yep. So, you know, I got the whatever, $25, whatever together. And I got in. And that was kind of where everything kind of changed, you know, like, oh my, like that, like, I can succeed. You know what I mean? Because otherwise there was nowhere for me to go, really.
Yeah.
Or it didn't seem
It's
like it.
I was thinking you were going to say, and it was pretty much the same thing of like, go apply, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And it's one of those, it's like the amount, and even on the collegiate level, the amount of like times where students struggle and it's like, just take my supplies, use them.
Yeah.
Like this, you shouldn't be limited by some weird little like stipulation saying you have to pay this much to enter or this much to ride this ride kind of thing.
Yeah.
When you know, that shouldn't be the thing that holds you back.
Yeah. And I mean, you really enjoy teaching, right? I mean, that's kind of like,
I do.
I mean,
I do.
yeah. I mean, that must be really, really satisfying to, you know, see that development or be that person for someone. You know what I mean?
Depends on the day.
Okay. I'm just saying there's probably going to be a lot of, to my college professor, Mark Hoffmann, you know, like in picture books of the future. And you know what I mean?
Part of
Like,
someone's life.
What's that?
I said you become part of some. Like teachers, I think are part of people's lives in a way that, you know, I know people who have kids and whatnot now, and it's like it's fascinating that it's been that long, but there are people like I'm proud to have known them.
Yeah.
And like it goes goes both directions in a weird way. And like, I was just looking up on my Instagram feed before we started, there was a former student, an alumni, whose stuff came up in my feed, and I didn't have time. I was running somewhere and I didn't have time to respond to it, but I hadn't seen their work since they graduated, really.
Mm-hmm.
And wow, they've really come a long ways.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they were horrible or anything of the sort, but like, they are a stellar artist now, to a point where I'm like, they got to be getting tons of work. And you know, when I get a chance, I'm going to write to them and just like say, I'm really proud of what you're doing.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Like, I know that they may go, you were my least favorite teacher, and I don't know why you're reaching out to me, but like, it's important to me to acknowledge
Absolutely
that they are people after they leave the classroom too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there have you ever visited any sort of, like, I mean, you mentioned the adult teaching, but have you ever visited any sort of grades outside of like the elementary, I'm going to go do a reading at a school situation?
Sorry, I was focused on trying to figure out whether I'm going to put arms on this dude now or wait.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, what was your question again?
The question was, like, we often go in and do like readings at elementary schools and things of the sort.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, have you had the opportunity to go into a older audience at any point and visit and share and talk?
Yeah, I got invited to do a kind of like be a guest artist at like a picture book illustration class, kind of like a critique. It wasn't really a crit, but it was just sort of like, you know, coming in and talking to, looking at their projects and sort of like, you know, talking about their projects and stuff. And that was really fun. I think, you know, the class that I taught, I overshot it a bit. I was like, I billed it as, you know, picture book dummies start to finish, right? So the students had to come in with either something that they had written or you know, something in the public domain to work from, because we couldn't get bogged down in like editing and stuff. And so straight out of the gate, like, you know, a lot of people didn't bring anything in. So, you know, and then, you know, it's just hard for people to, you know, it wasn't a requirement, but it was like, you know, to get this done, you know, you're going to have to do like 5 hours of work, you know, outside, you know, of like homework, basically, outside of class time. And you know, and I don't know that that was the right way to go for that class, you know, that sort of,
it's if it's not a required thing, like, people have lives, and it's, I mean, the same thing happens for students though. Like, it's hard to say you got to put in time in this class when you have a job and you have other classes and things of the sort, and life.
What was cool though is like a lot of people had really good ideas and they started developing them, and just slowly over the class, you know, oh, I guess another one dropped. And I was just like, come on, stick with it. Like, this is really good. You know, just kind of like forget about like having a thing to pitch when we're done. Just do little thumbnails, have that by the time that we're done, because this is really, you've got something here, you know. I think part of it was just, you know, like maybe the wrong, like I didn't do a great job of, I didn't understand what was the needs of the students, and it was maybe a little bit too ambitious for that group. So maybe a college thing, you know, that might be more
it's one of those,
enjoyable.
When you have people who are intending to be there for a longer period of time, like, hearing that, I'm like, oh yeah, I've been in situations where it is a struggle to get people to sort of buy in if they have too many other things on their plate. But it's one of those environments where the people that I have on here on Gabbing Doodle, and this should be pretty straightforward when I say this, we're not bringing people on who are schlubs. We're bringing people on who have like great experience and the ability to sort of make amazing work. And there's always me being the teacher. I'm always like, oh, this person could do it. This person could go out there and like be that teacher for that person and like, you know, make a huge difference. And so I'm always in the back of my mind going like, if they only live closer, if they only, you know, whatever it may be. But do you, this is a loaded statement.
Okay.
Or a loaded question.
Yep.
Do you regret anything in your artistic career?
That's a good question. I've never been asked that before.
Yeah. And I don't mean in like oh, I don't even know what I'm saying here, but like I don't think it's like I want you to name like, oh, this book was the worst thing in the world, but
yeah,
sort of instead of the like, what's the one thing you should know before you graduate kind of question that you get for college age kids, what's the one thing that you regret?
Mine is more, I think mine would be somehow tied into self-confidence, you know, but I think that's I mean, some of us have more sort of, you know, insecurities than others. And, you know, some of us didn't get enough maybe that they needed to be confident. So I think that would be my only regret, that like that sort of like self-confidence and like thinking, oh, well, you know, this isn't good enough, or this isn't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
no, I have the same, for me, it's that same sort of like, not necessarily confidence, but don't pass up opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that it relates to that of like not being confident enough to feel like it is an opportunity or what have you.
Yeah. I mean, luckily I didn't really do that. In fact, I probably went the opposite direction. It was like, work? Yes, please. You know, like whatever it was, I would just kind of, yep, I'll take it. But, and I don't regret that at all. But yeah, I think I regret being so hard on myself maybe at certain points in my career.
I can understand that. What is there a moment? Wait, someone says too many years doing only graphic design for their regret. In the chat, is there something that here's okay, I'm gonna like, last night we had on Micah Player, and he was very good at being these like inspirational and whatnot. And I'm wondering, like,
awesome.
In this case, is there something like today that you could pinpoint? This is weird. I don't know why I'm doing this, but is there something you could pinpoint today that you should do tomorrow that you think you could actually do?
Do you mean art-wise? Yeah,
like something you regret, or something that like you've been putting off. That like, I don't know what that means. Like, to me, it's always the like sitting down and writing and like put that. And I need to stop putting that off.
Right. Well, I do need, like, well, again, this is kind of like what Micah was talking about last night. I caught like the first maybe 35, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
But that idea, like I'm booked right now, but I don't know what's going to happen like come February. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to be like just nice to myself and be like, okay, there's not really any time at the moment to develop something. So I'm trying to just sort of have faith that, you know, there will be a little bit of time when I'm done with the workload that I've got going on that I can focus on developing. And I don't like the last few things that I've sold. I think I do it a little bit differently than a lot of people. I've set up meetings with editors and go through a bunch of like, it's almost like pitching a show, right? Like I'll meet with editors and say, here's this thing I'm working on. This is another thing, an idea that I had. I usually have like a piece of artwork and maybe a rough draft of a manuscript, and you know, um, just kind of bits and pieces, enough that someone could be like, I like this,
Yeah.
you know. And so I'll just have a bunch of those, and we'll go over, look at things, and then they'll be like, you know, oh, well, I like this one. Can you develop that a little bit more? And then I'll just like, you know, kind of come up with the rest, the you know, what I need to submit, and then submit that. So it's sort of like not wasting time on creating something that might get it's sort of like generating interest before doing the the final sort of dummy, right?
Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
sort of
so I don't
get some buy-in.
Totally off track of your question. I feel like I've just gone on a really winding path here, but in terms of regrets, no, I have to get the stuff done that I'm working on now. Like I'm pretty much on track, so I'm good there. Don't have any real like family regrets, work wise. Yeah. Not I don't think I have any regrets as far as like I'm not really putting anything off.
The it's one of those situations where I just feel like there's a lot of people, and maybe it's not in your case, but in my case, there's a lot of things where it's just like I just need to take the time and do the thing that I've been meaning to do for a long time. And part of it is I'm spent.
Oh, absolutely.
99.9% of the time.
Well, here's the thing, Mark, is you don't have to do the whole thing, right? I mean, you know, like you can pick at it for a little while, right?
Yeah.
I mean, spend like, you know, 15 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever, just, you know, like, I mean, well, here, let me show you for an example. I think it's probably in the sketchbook. Yeah, it's not in here, but you know, sometimes I'll just like take a little thumbnail sheet and, you know, color code like the thumbnails, just, you know, to know like, okay, well, this is where this part goes, this is where this part is going to go, and this is where this part is going to go. And all it is like making a colored line, you know, along those pages, right? And that could be enough for a day, right? I mean, and over time you eventually get there, you know. I think you know, I think we maybe do a disservice to ourselves of like, you know, having this idea that, you know, we just kind of have to sit down and get focused and do it all in one thing. You know, I don't. That's not quite. I don't know. I mean, just sounds like a recipe for
disaster.
Frustration, and yeah, and like
I think some of the challenge too for me and for others is sort of like I mentioned that idea of like compartmentalizing some of my life and those elements of like how do you put off, or like if you tackle something, what do you not do?
right.
And
Yeah,
that is always going to be a challenge no matter what, you know, what
oh,
time or
absolutely.
point in my life I'm in.
Yeah, well, I mean, right now, you know, I'm just kind of like I find like I've got these pieces that I did a couple months ago. They're going to be in a show in November. So I've got that kind of area of my life sorted, right?
Yeah.
I did those pieces over like 3 or 4 weekends. I spent an hour. You know, like my my life is sort of set up, or the way that, my daughter is, she's off, and she's doing a lot of her own stuff, and so that frees up a little bit more time to like have a half hour here, an hour there.
Yeah. Is she to the point where you can like, I mean, obviously she can't drive yet,
Right.
but where you just trust that she can go out and like walk home and do all the things that kids do?
She's Oh, I mean, I trust her. I don't
Yeah.
trust
There
people
you go.
looking at their phones while they're driving,
Gotcha.
while she's trying to cross the street. But yeah.
The only reason why I question that is like with our son, the age that he's at, there's, I'm wondering how many years before the like, oh, I have to worry about like, is he going to be okay when he gets home by himself? Or like, we've, as an artist, and this, I've been home,
Yeah.
or my wife has been home 99.9% of the time that he's been growing up. And so like, even today, there was a question of like, am I going to be able to get to him in time? And what does he do? Because he can't walk home. It's a very dangerous road for him to walk home. So where does he go? How do we manage it? And it's one of those things where like, I'm so used to having these college kids that I deal with where like you say, hey, meet me down in Boston. And they go, okay. And they do it.
Yep.
And I don't have to be like, here's your ride. Here's how it's all going to work out. And so I'm just like trying to predict time wise, like how long is it before I can give him that like freedom of sorts to figure out how to survive on his own.
Yeah. I mean, it just kind of happens, right? I mean, they pull away naturally, and you just kind of have to ride it out. And the kind of like I kind of think of it as bowling with gutters, with those gutter guards. Like at some point you got to take away the gutter guards, and it can go. It can gutter balls can happen.
Are you still using the gutters? Is that what you're saying?
What's that?
Are you saying for you or for her to get rid of the gutters? The gutter guards.
Like as an analogy for giving your kid allowing them a little bit more autonomy and freedom, and not sort of trying to just giving them a little bit more sort of freedom to fail.
Were you where did you grow up? Where was home?
I grew up in Sacramento, California.
I assume you were of the same sort of mind, or in the same sort of space that I was, where like parents, you just go out and do stuff, and then you'd come home, and as long as you're home dinner.
It was like,
wild.
Yeah, absolutely. There was like, there was very little sort of, and
it's
concern for your well-being. I mean, not that's an exaggeration, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no. I like the amount of hijinks and things that I did when I was young that probably shouldn't have done.
Yeah,
but did. And the there was never a lot of check-in. There was never a lot of like, it was as long as you don't break your bones.
Yep.
And there were times where it was close.
Yep.
There were times where we pushed that threshold. But I also like it's one of those things where like I think it's the sentiment that you said too, where of like I trust my son. I don't know as I trust the world.
Exactly.
And shame. And like at being in this industry of dealing with kids, like seeing kids go through what they go through, and growing up, and the books that they read, and I know there's a lot more like understanding of kids now.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the world that they're in is a very different world than what we grew up in, and like I don't remember ever reading any books that had any sort of like serious meaning, or like I'm not saying that like I read dumb books, but I mean I probably did. But you know, there's all these books on the shelves now that have these like really great messages.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I hope that that really registers with the kids in a way that we didn't need that kind of book to feel safe or to feel understood or what have you. Trying to figure out how I put these feet in.
Oh, look at that. I've been staring at, I haven't been looking at the screen in forever.
It's taken me forever. I mean, we're already at 10 something and I've barely even started this. There's going to be a dragon and my drawing has the dragon's head poking out of a thing here and a bunch of little people running away. And he's going to be, he's in a dungeon. He's been trapped. But it's,
dude. Well, I guess, I mean, they kind of like that, right? I mean, as long as there's a bunch of loot down there, it should be happy slam, right?
Well, in this case, there's going to be no loot. He's going to be stuck by himself.
Oh,
he's got to manage on his own. I'll just keep that one on top. Actually, now I think about it.
Yeah. I'm going to have to scoot in just a minute.
Oh, okay. Okay. No worries. No worries.
I'm not at my I'm not at my at-home workspace, so I need to. I live in a triplex, and I share a wall. My workspace shares a wall with 2 little kids' playroom. So they come home from school, and it can get really loud in there. So I went somewhere else for our gabbing Doodle, so I wouldn't have to worry about noises and stuff.
So where are you then?
I am at my mother-in-law's place.
Oh, okay. Well, say hello to your mother-in-law for me.
She is on vacation.
I'm not saying you have to say hello now.
Okay, got it. I will.
Mark says hi and see what her reaction
is. Get this. This was really funny. So I got here and I set up some stuff, and like maybe 20 minutes before we were supposed to go on, somebody next door started leaf blowing, and I was like, oh no. It's like, maybe I should just stay at home. But they finished up, so.
Yeah, they don't know that leaf blowing, we don't leaf blow around here anymore.
I know. I'm surprised that they were doing it here. Like, it's kind of illegal in, like, over by where I live.
Yeah, it's not just for the noise, but just for like
pollution.
Butterflies and like lots of critters live in it, like at least in New England, live in it over the winter and survive because it's essentially insulation. And so, you know, now when it comes springtime, I do mow it all. So who knows? Maybe maybe that undoes all of that. But I will say, I know that time-wise that you're sort of
I want to get talking about my daughter and my family. I want to go back and hang out with them for a bit before they all go to sleep, go to bed.
I will do this. Let me do a little switcheroo.
Mrs. Hoffy, thanks for the comment on the monster.
Oh yeah. I finally can see it now. I've been sort of distracting myself. I love the texture in the ear and how it sort of relates to the teeth too.
Yeah. I'm thinking, like, when I finish it, I'll probably add some more texture here, and I need to figure out the legs. Like, that's how am I going to make this thing stand up? So what I'll probably do is put some kind of like dowel situation.
Yeah.
Then attach the legs later.
I feel like squat legs.
Yeah, totally. But you know, this kind of reminded me of like Harryhausen, Ray Harryhausen.
Yeah.
You know, that, like, maybe kind of like, do you remember that it was called Clash of the Titans?
Yep.
Did you see the Clash of the Titans? Yep. And that Kraken, where it was like they turned it into kind of like a lizardy Kraken instead of a squid, or
I guess I don't know
it kind of reminded me of like Harryhausen's Kraken from Clash of the Titans a little bit. I'm gonna have to look that up now, and that's so, like, it's so funny, you know, we think that we have these like original ideas, and then on closer inspection we realize that all of that stuff is just sort of resurfacing, you know, like how much of this is actually it is ours, you
Yeah.
know, and how much of it is just cultural you know, the cultural consciousness that just sort of keeps flowing through our brains and eyeballs.
I was gonna say the eyes on your little monkey there remind me of I forget what cereal it is. It's not Cocoa Puffs. It's something. There was a cereal that was shaped like, I mean, they look a little bit like coffee beans.
Yeah, yeah.
Chocolate cereal that had that shape.
There was sugar smacks.
That's
they were like
what
puffed.
It was.
Puffed
Yeah.
wheat. Yeah, they look like puffed wheat.
Yeah, they look like that, and that's all I can think of now is this weird little puffed wheat.
They also look like, you know, those like cowrie shell. I think they're called cowrie shells. Those little shells that you know, they like get used a lot in like traditional masks and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's
cool.
Awesome. You'll have to, when you're done making that thing, you're gonna have to post it online so I can see what you made.
Cool.
How it came out in the end. But I will say thank you so much for joining us tonight, and I really do appreciate you, especially even having to go over to your mother-in-law's house.
She's very cool. I love her. She's very awesome.
Yeah.
She was very sweet. She was like, okay, you have the key, you know, like here's, you know, you got the Wi-Fi code, and you know, she was like, it was very cool. Very, very cool. All right. Well, I mean, I hope I feel like I didn't talk too much about picture books, but you know,
that's how this goes. This is just a conversation.
Good.
You talked about exactly what we needed to talk about.
Talked about art and life.
Yeah.
And that's what
I'd rather, like, we have to talk about picture books a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's I see these as just sort of like hangouts, and
cool.
where the conversation goes, it goes. So again, thank you so much for doing this. I really do appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah. And I mean, that's what, you know, like, that's what's so, like, what I've really loved about Instagram is that, like, it's really, like, I've met a lot of people through it, which I wouldn't have been able to, you know, and like, now I just kind of want to see people in person again, you know. I'm trying to, like, okay, well, what conference are you going to be at? When are you going to be, like, are you going to this one? That kind of thing, you know. Cause
that's what I asked Micah last night. Was like the next conference that I don't know if I'm going to make it to the Society of Children's Book Writers and Illustrators thing, but I do want to go to Icon at some point.
Yeah.
And it's like, at a certain point, it's just like, okay, can we just have a meetup? Can I meet the people?
All right.
I've known, like, in person, I've probably known, I mean, we've done over probably about 150 of these.
Yeah.
And I've known maybe like 5 in person.
Yeah. I mean, I've always had this fantasy of, like, getting a group of friends together, renting some place out in the country for like a week, 2 weeks, and all you do is you hang out, you make your stuff, maybe go for a walk, and, like, when we're done, you know, you've got your book project all sorted out, you know, like that. There we go. There's a bucket list kind of fantasy. Like,
we can do that. We can do that. Now, I don't think I'll have everything sorted out in a week.
Yeah.
But I don't know where you're getting those numbers from. But anyways, I don't want to keep you too long. All right. I really do appreciate it.
Cool.
Go pick up some food on the way home from Whole Foods. And, and
I'll just eat.
I appreciate it. I'll be in touch.
Okay. Bye-bye, Mark.
All right. Bye.
Bye, Mrs. Hoffy.
Okay, everybody. So, again, a big old thank you to Michael Slack here. Let me hold up a book so you can see Michael Slack's work. I have this one. This one's in the old personal collection sitting over there, Pyrosaurs. Also written, I didn't even bring this up, written by Josh Funk, who is a friend here on the East Coast. He's the person who's sort of like big supporter of Kidlit folks. He was running SCBWI, and so he's one of the first people I met at one of those conferences, and was before I even knew what I was doing. Not that I do now, but and so to have both of them have worked on that book together is really kind of awesome. So hello, Hippo Park Books. We just had a lovely conversation. I don't know if you were able to tune in earlier, but we had a lovely conversation with your superstar, Michael, there. We are going to continue through the night until I get this done. I have about an hour and 40 minutes to finish. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch back down. Ooh, you can see my ceiling. Don't look at my ceiling. Shh. I don't know why that's so... Oh, look. Whoa. I have my... You can see it. Oh, fancy. That's how I got that curtain there. I attached it to my ceiling in my studio. I'm going to switch back down to the downshoot. I'm going to keep going. If people have questions of any sort, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put Ask Me Anything in the comments here. Ask me anything. And I'm willing to chat and have conversations. And if not, you're going to have to listen to me drone on about random things for the rest of the night. And so feel free to just chat away. Ask me whatever you want to ask me. And I will keep working. So let me switch. Got on my downshoot. Get this back where it was. So again, holler if you have questions. I am in the process of, whoa, what did I just do? I was about to block someone. I didn't want to do that. I'm just trying to get this shot so it relatively on this. But again, ask questions. I'm here to answer and to help and to challenge and to poke and to prod and make you feel like you're hopefully learning something. What I'm trying to figure out, maybe people can help me with this for those that are watching. So there's going to be this dragon. I'm going to put some bars to imply that it's locked up with a little like key and maybe some little coins and stuff like that down here. It's just going to be a little dragon in a castle. But I want to put the, what do you call that? The archway, the doorway into the castle in here somewhere, but I don't know if I want it centered. I feel like I want it over here more, but I'm trying to figure out, like, I need to put it in a spot where I can still have the dragon's head poke out and be looking back, because there's going to be a bunch of little people running away. I'm going to probably do some little funky something or other there. And then I'll put bricks and scales and all that fun stuff on all these things. I realized I put these stairs here and then I didn't really even use the stairs. They're covered up for the most part. Like, it's weird he's standing on the stairs for whatever reason. But I want to figure out, like, how much I actually need to get this face of said dragon in here, and what should the face look like? Should it be a weird... That's the wrong direction. I just cut it the wrong way. Okay, let's try this again. I come down here. I keep that head smallish. I'll put horns and that kind of stuff on it, but these little, if I did this, it's maybe a little too dinosaur-y. I don't know if I want that. But I need help trying to figure out, like, how much should I do there? Should I do it like this? Does it look like it would connect in some way? I mean, I guess it's going to in some capacity, but what shape do I want this dragon's head? Let's draw it out. Stop and draw it. We're going to call it the stop and draw it section. Let's see. I'm going to be done with my dragon. I kind of like, he's kind of doofusy looking, like this. And you got the mouth going up there, and then I can, like, maybe that's what it is, like that. And then what I do is I put some big horns on the head. Ears. I can a little billowing neck there. So that shape, we can do that shape. Aww, he's a little bit of a doof. So let's cut that shape out. Let's see, how can I do this? And what color do I want that to be? I have other scraps of this. I'm trying to find like the right lightness so it sort of registers. I mean, I could make this like this doorway like huge if I wanted to. I'd come in and make it like a double wide on the castle, and so that the face sits in there a little better. Maybe I should do that. Double wide castle. There we go. You missed. Wait, Lauren, did you just say you missed a lot of the conversation and what were some of the topics? As in, you want me to repeat the entirety of what we talked about all night? Okay, for those that are watching, help me out here. Like, did you catch any of it? What? Oh, let's see. Post that we talked. I mean, we talked a lot about like kids and having sort of the challenges of having kids, that and what they're going through and the struggles of life as a someone of that age group. We talked a little bit about, what else did we talk about? I don't know. That's tough. That's hard to answer because I feel like there's a lot and I'm drawing a blank. Go back and watch it, Lauren. What? I mean, it's just going to be me blabbing on for a while now. Oh, kids' regrets and teaching. What? Kids' regrets and teaching. Not that those are related. Thank you, Christie's Art Corner. Coming in for the save. For the notes. Wait, what do you mean? I'm talking. If anybody doesn't know, my wife's upstairs and I can hear her. Oh, so like kids, talking about kids growing up and sort of the loss of innocence, regrets, art regrets, things that you wish you had done in art and in life, and then teaching. We were talking about sort of the challenges of remembering names, but also the idea of sharing your skill set. And I was saying that he's very, very talented, and I know that his skill set is so strong that it'd be interesting to see what he'd be like as a teacher. So Christie's Art Corner, since you asked, or since you followed up with those comments, or with that, helping me out, you gave the assist. What kind of question you got? What can I answer for you specifically? What do you want to know about? It could be anything. What you want to know about? What you want to know? You want career advice? You want a good recipe for what could I give you a good recipe for? I mean, I can tell you how to make a good taco. I know it's not necessarily the most exciting thing in the world, but I can tell you that. Let's see if I can do this here. Some of this comes up. I glued this down a while ago, and this is the challenge. This is not going to be easy, but I'm trying to do a little trickery here. So Christie's Art Corner, what is my favorite subject to draw? I don't know. I mean, there's things that I draw over and over again, and some of them are like I like drawing bears. I like drawing things that are overly overly robust, big, bulbous, big. And I like drawing I don't know if it's like always the thing that I like. I don't think I gravitate to anything in particular, but there's things that I like using when I draw. So color, texture, and then design. And so I've said this on here, and I say it to people quite often, like during crits and reviews, that I think there's a spectrum of illustrator, and the spectrum is on one end there's the painter, and on the other end there's the designer. And it doesn't mean that you can't have both of them, but there's some people that sort of split the difference, and there's some people that lean heavier to one side or the other. And I tend to think of myself as someone who leans maybe a little bit more into the design realm. Even though I have textures and I have things of that sort, I tend to sort of gravitate towards that. I gotta figure out how to draw or cut this head here. I tend to gravitate towards shape and those kinds of things. And so because I gravitate towards that, and sort of like hard edges and like in this case, perspective, there isn't any perspective here. It's primarily a sort of shape stuff. Like I'm not caught up in lighting. I'm not caught up in some of those things that are like maybe quintessentially artsy fartsy sort of things that people get into, like, ooh, I'm going to be the person who can render stuff. Like, I don't really care about that. I care about shape. I care about color. I care about those sorts of things. I need this head to tilt a little bit more down. Let's see if I can cut it in a way that is effective for what I need. I see Stephanie Villamizar or something like that. What usually inspires you for your illustrations? For the most part, what inspires me is, again, tough question. Why are people asking the tough ones? What does inspire? There's things like, in this case, one of the things, the reason why I'm doing this castle, and you can sort of see underground. My wife and I watched this movie called Hereditary. Not Hereditary. Oh, what was it called? Malignant, the other night. And the director did some really cool shots wherein the camera sort of pans over the top view of a house, but you can see through, so you can or not. Yeah, was it top view? Yeah, it was top view. So you could see like a person walking on one floor, and then you would see them go up the stairs, and it was like they had taken the roof off of the house. And it was kind of just a really interesting approach, let's put it that way, to the shot choice. And so I really thought that was kind of cool, and thought, oh, well, I wonder if I can do something that has that kind of like transparency aspect of, you know, being able to see through something that you shouldn't see through. And so like in this case, being able to see through the ground and see this dungeon that's underneath is sort of where that's coming from. Is it a perfect, you know, connection? No, it's not the exact same thing the director did, but that's sort of like, can I do something that has this interior that you're not normally supposed to see? That was sort of like an inspiration on this. So it's oftentimes like things like that, or a silly joke, or it's going to sound stupid, but sometimes it's just like, I think a shape is really fun. And like, can I do something with that shape? And so it's not that I'm inspired by like a specific artist or a specific event or things of that sort, but just inspired by the goofiness of a shape. That tends to be my thought process. And so like the equivalent of, I'll add in, I also get inspired by a lot of folk art and naive sort of approaches to art making. And so things like, I don't know, bad art sometimes is inspiring to me, which sounds sort of counterproductive, that like, why would I be inspired by bad art? But when people make decisions that I wouldn't normally make, I get excited by that kind of stuff. trying to figure out if I want to put, so I made these textures the other day that are just literally these stripes. I'm trying to figure out, do I want to put like a little hint of something like that in there in a couple of spots? Because it could be kind of cool, honestly, like putting it in there. Especially if I'm putting bars down below. Maybe I will hint at a little snippet of this. See if I can get sections of this that like work better. You know what, I might have to glue it down first and then do it. That's my trapped dragon illustration. And yes, I know I say dragon wrong. Dragon. Oh, I just lost the cap. Oh well, I'll get it back. Are you laughing at me talking about my mispronunciation there, Lauren? So rude, Lauren. Can't believe that you would. My own wife laughing, trying to claim my ineptitude. When she's the one that says down cellar, or did at one point, right? Or bubbler. Did you say those things, Lauren? What? Did you say that ever? Yeah, see? That's what? Well, your teachers are wrong. They're called drinking fountains. They're not called bubblers. They don't bubble. Have you ever seen one bubble? Your teachers were wrong, Lauren. What other questions do people have? Don't let me just sit here and make fun of my wife for dinner time. Although I'm happy to do it. But don't let me do that. She doesn't deserve that. She deserves better, people. Not better than me. I'm the best she could get. That's what I'm saying. But outside of that, she could probably deserve a little better, you know. I think it would be funny, Lauren, if we ever had the chance to like cut out all the like nonsense moments. Not cut them out, but like pull them out and like make a clip where I just sound like an absolute ass because I'm like, you know, I mean, it's just like me ripping into you or like sounding super narcissistic because I'm not normally. I'm normally the very, very good and perfect. I'm definitely not narcissistic in any way. But pull those out and make like a super clip. It'd be funny. Or it would be really tragic. And it would hit too close to home and I'd cry. And I'd cry. And I'd cry. Get it? Aha! Aha! I got it. Beautiful. Now we're getting there. What else do people have? People are leaving me hanging here. You can't do this. You can't do this to me. It's unfair. It is unfair. Right, Lauren? It's rude. It's just straight up rude that people are not answering. Not asking me questions. Oh, okay. Now we got it. I shamed Christy's Art Corner. Does your whole family dress up for Halloween? Yes, we do. We used to go way over the top, in my opinion. Where I would make the costumes every year, and there was lots of sewing and things of the sort. My wife would probably say that it wasn't over the top. But as my son has gotten older, he's more inclined to just get a costume online, because, you know, he wants to be the Grim Reaper, or he wants to be something like that, whatever it may be. And although that is easy for us to do, so I figure out, like, do I want to do big yellow horns? Do I do that yellow? What's the? I feel like there's another yellow. Wasn't there another yellow? Is that the same one? Oh, look at that one. That'd be nuts. I used that yellow last night. No, let's not use that yellow. I'm just trying to see if there's like a fun color that I can put in here that's a weird little pop of something. I feel like this one's a fun yellow. So this year, back to the conversation at hand. This year we went, or not went, we are going as Ghostbusters themed stuff. So I am the keymaster. My wife is the gatekeeper. My son is the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Our dog is another Ghostbuster, or not another, but is a Ghostbuster. And then our other dog is Slimer. And so that's what our thematic costume is this year. I forget, what did we go as last year, Lauren? Oh yeah, last year, so my son wanted to go as the Grim Reaper. And so my wife and I, he didn't want to do a themed thing. So instead, my wife went as the Gym Reaper. Or no, you went as the Swim Reaper. And I went as the Gym Reaper. And so it was me as the Grim Reaper going to the gym, and I was all buff and had weights that I could carry around and things of the sort. My wife went as the Swim Reaper, and so she had big floaties. And so my the weights were essentially my sickle. And my wife went as the Swim Reaper, so her sickle was a pool noodle that was shaped that way. And so we sort of, anyway, goofed on our son, who wanted to go as this thing that was supposed to be scary, and then we just basically made fun of it, saying, haha, we're cooler than that. And we're gonna mock you by being something similar. So that's that. I'm gonna put this horn, I like that straight edge. It's kind of fun. I gotta teach in the morning. How am I gonna do this? It's rare that I do that. I do this on a night where I have to teach the next day, but I have to because tomorrow is Halloween. Christy's Art Corner, do you dress up for Halloween? You get dressed up on the Devil's Night, on the night of raucous debauchery. I just glued the wrong side of this. Let's see if I can get a bunch of it off. I don't want glue on that side of it if I can help it. I was like, yeah, the year before we were Back to the Future. Stephanie Villamizer, what is my favorite picture book? That is, you can't ask that. So there are lots of favorites. Let's put it that way. What I will say is every year there's always one that's sort of a standout. So like this year, the one that I'm really psyched about, I mentioned last night on Gabbing Doodle, was one called John the Skeleton. That's a Estonian picture book about a classroom skeleton that is retiring, i.e. like an anatomy skeleton that's retiring, which is very, very fun and silly. The one that I'm trying to think. I don't remember what the one was the year before, but there was one that I absolutely loved that's called I Can Only Draw Worms, or I Only Draw Worms. My wife will correct me when she hears it. That is Oh, kids are in high school and college, yeah. It's just sort of a silly, the worm book is sort of silly. Although this last year before that also there was another worm book that I don't know if worms are a thing for me apparently. I have a fascination with worms. I'm wondering if I should draw, oh wait, maybe I do this. What if I did this? I drew coins this way. I just want to see what it looks like if I like, what happens if I cut them out? It has that little interior line. So I don't have to cut out individual coins. Hold on, let me. Give me a second. There's probably. It's hard to cut because it's so small. I cut out something like that and put coins down. I could probably do that. I could probably make them a little bigger too. Any hair and art. I don't like worms. I don't want to touch worms, but books about worms are good. There's a difference there. You ask me to touch a worm and I am out. I will go running and screaming and I will never talk to you again. But you draw a picture of a worm that's funny and I'm in. How are you, Annie? Oh, oh yeah, okay, never mind. That was a question I already answered about favorite picture. I saw a question mark and thought, oh, there's a new question. Same old question. Coins. You're doing okay. Good. Are you living the dream? Kicking butts and taking names or something? I don't know what that phrase is, but something of the sort. I need a pencil sharpener. Where's my pencil sharpener? Is it seriously already 10:47? I'm in trouble. I got to get a bunch of this done. Let's see. Now, let's see what happens if I cut them out like this instead. Actually, I wonder. Now, I was thinking, like, do I want to cut them out and actually, like, make it so the cut is slightly outside of the line, so it looks like I sort of colored outside the line, but I realized that, nah, that's a little weird, and I didn't like it. So I'm seeing what happens if I cut out these coins like this. Now, if this were a lovely evening and I could spend forever, I would cut out a bunch of little coins and I'd stick them all down in here and whatnot, but I'm not gonna do that tonight. So tough luck. You gotta deal with it. I have meetings tomorrow. Lots and lots of meetings tomorrow. I don't want to have meetings tomorrow or anytime. But I have meetings tomorrow. And then this month I have deadlines. I gotta be. That coins would be awesome. Individual. It'd be cool if I could go and do individual, but I just like the time involved in doing that is kind of over the top, and I don't think I have the time nor the patience to do that at this point. One of the things that I'm jealous of and I don't want to do because he's already done it, and I think it's so smart. Christian Robinson has a little hole punch, and so he just punches the stuff out, and that'd be cool to have. But I also, in this case, I don't want perfect circles, so it won't really work. But it's such a smart idea to just have a plain old hole punch and cut stuff out that way. But if I do this the right way, I can have little coins that are sitting down in here in this little jail cell. I don't know why I said it like that. Jail cell. It's quiet now. Ask me questions, people, so I have something to talk about. Any question? You want to know what kind of salsa I like? Guess what? I think I like salsa verde better than I like salsa roja. Because it's green. As long as it's not like super spicy. That's an answer you didn't know you needed. What's another answer you didn't know you needed? Let's see. What are some other like topics I can share that you didn't know you needed? Something about dogs. Something about what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut this one here so it can sit up against the edge like that. And then this one, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut in a different spot so it doesn't feel like it's part of the same piece. Like you wouldn't even know that was connected at one point, and then that can sit over here like that. And so there'll be lots of gold coins. MK Smith is, I don't know how to say that name, but I'm gonna say MK Smith the priest. I'm gonna guess. Do you paint and color papers with a specific use in mind, or just make them and use them as you need them? So I don't paint them like, ooh, this is gonna be this patch and this is gonna be this patch. What I do is I have a little scrap. Let's show you. Like, what I do is I take something like this and I paint a bunch of textures and colors. And so like I have something like this. The goal is just to make some color swatches, knowing that like, hey, I might want a little bit of green, I might want a little bit of this color. It's more about making a palette first, and then finding that palette that I will use in it. So like having, in a case like this, I might make a color that I like for something like the castle, and then I go, oh, I should probably have more of that color just in case I want to use it anywhere else. So like what I might do is, make a little band or something like that that goes around his ankle that sort of keeps him down in this dungeon of sorts. So I will make some colors after the fact that are meant to enhance or add to the equation. But most of the time it's really just like, can I make some nice colors that work well together? And then you find how to use those colors. I am someone who absolutely believes in the idea that you do not have to make things their exact color, and that you do not need to somehow like know exactly where your colors are going to go ahead of time. That part of it is figuring it out on the fly. So the equivalent of, as I work on this, did I know the castle was going to be pink? No. Am I happy the castle was sort of pinky coral colors? Yes. Did I know I was going to put yellow coins in here? No. And so some of this is like figuring it out on the fly to make a palette that sort of works well together. But I also, there's times where like, if I know that I'm working on a piece that needs a body of water and I don't want to go crazy colors with it, well, then maybe I'll pick a blue and put in there. But most of the time I'm going to choose something that's not your typical blue. I'm not going to go and make water this like lovely, rich aqua blue, I'm going to make it sort of like purples or something that's sort of adjacent or you know, in contrast to what it would normally be, because I think it's just going to make a more interesting image. So the answer to your question is maybe a little bit, but not much. Good question, though. Let's see. I don't want to have to cut out tons and tons and tons of coins. So I'm like, I don't want to put them underneath here so it looks like pee-pee. So I'm going to put it over here. Just a few little batches of them. Doesn't need a lot. No pee-pees. I want to say that because it's yellow. You know, I don't want to make it look like the dragon pee-peed. It would be kind of funny if there was lots of pee. A big. I mean, hold on. What happens if I do that and I? What happens if I actually do put a little pee-pee puddle? Is that funny? I see Jeremy Ray Ross. Yeah. Just joined at the PP stage. Yes. Jeremy Ross, you know my stuff enough. Should I put a PP puddle in there? It's coins on some, but PP in others. Do I need coins or should it just be a big PP puddle? What, Lauren? What? Like, would it be funny to just have PP puddles so it looks like coins, or is it funnier to have coins and PP puddles? Is it funny? Is it too stupid and classic me to have PP puddles, and I should do something else? Should I make the PP puddles a different color? Like if I do this, I would cut this one. So like, let's do that just for the sake of argument. Boop. Like, or make the coins a different color. So it's like, okay. Both. Jeremy Ray Ross says both. Why is it like I did when we had who was it that we had on where I did the like the dinosaurs and then someone yelled out put pterodactyl poop on stuff? Who was it that we had on then? Pete Oswald. Yeah. And it's like here I am going like, yeah, we're having a good art talk and whatnot, and then all of a sudden it's like, you know, it'd be funny, a potty joke, and then now here I am, you know, it'd be funny, pee-pee puddles. Do you all know that I have a master's in art? It's true. I do. I got my master's in visual design. I went through an extra 2 years of higher ed. And you know what else? I teach people. I've been teaching people for 20 years. And then here I am, you know, it'd be funny, pee-pee puddles. I'm not saying that I'm the smartest person in the world. Never have, never will. But I will say Pee-pee's kind of funny. The word pee-pee in particular is kind of funny. Now, the other question I have is, do I have a yellow that's this color that I could use in marker so I could actually like add to this? I guess I could just do little bits of paint. Get it to feel like this. I am low brow. Da, 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 da. I am low brow. Da, 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 da. Pee-pee's funny. Da, 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 da. Pee-pee bunnies. Christie's art corner. Christie's art corner. Hold on one second. Let me get this stuck down where I need it to stick. Yeah. One more, I think, and then I can concentrate on what you asked. If I remember looking up just a second ago, the question was, what was my art thesis on for my master's, I assume? My thesis was on, it actually kind of relates to this. My thesis was on the idea that people often say things that their art means something, and I don't always believe that. How do I put this politely? I think there's a lot of hogwash in art, in the art world. There's lots of people going like, my work is so important and special, and in reality, it is not always not everything has to be smart in art. Let's put it that way. And so my thesis was on this idea that what I say and what I mean are two different things. So I made work and told people that it was about A, B, or C. Like it was like, well, this is a really serious piece about this thing. But in reality, it was really dumb ideas and me just kind of having fun. And part of the sentiment of the whole concept was just like, how much do people believe? How much are they willing to believe about dumb things and dumb artwork? And do they think that I'm smarter just because I say this statement? And to be honest, there were a lot of people that like had no idea what my thesis was because I didn't intentionally tell them. I kind of let them figure that out on their own. And I didn't go to the trouble. It's the plug on my phone. It keeps going low battery. Let's see. I think we got it. Wait, no, now it just dropped again. So hold on a second. It's literally just the like spot where the phone plugs in. Oh, maybe that's what the problem is. Aha! The cord was too tight. Okay, now it should be good. Sorry that I froze up, everybody. Sorry. Didn't mean to freeze up on you. I meant to be cool, baby. I meant to be like the Fawns or something. Is that better, Lauren? The other night I cleaned it out and I found some lint in there. I'm sure there's probably more that needs to come out of there, but what a pain, What a pain. That's what I say. You know what I say? What a pain. All good in the hood. That's what my wife says. She's never been to the hood. She doesn't know. I, on the other hand, have not either. I'm pretty boring. I'm pretty boring. I'm pretty boring. But who's more boring than me? Probably. Do you think there's another? They say that everybody out there in the world has a twin somewhere, right? And when I say they, I mean you know what I'm talking about. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Do you think there is someone like me out there, Lauren? Do you think there's someone like in Mongolia right now going fart, fart, poop, poop, fart, fart, poop? I'm gonna draw some pee-pee. Teacher Marin, keep me on track, Teacher Marin, keep me on track. When I receive a manuscript, does it specify which words are on each page? Does the author do that? Good question. Some of them do, some of them don't. A lot of times the author will write the story, and then some of them will have that like, I know exactly what I want, and they'll paginate it, which is what you're talking about. And they'll say, you know, on page 6-7, this is what I want. On 8-9, this is what I want, etc. However, there are some times where the author doesn't do that, and the publishing house will do that. There are some times wherein they will do that, and then it doesn't make sense for the story as you start to illustrate it, and all of a sudden it's like, well, as much as I love the pagination you have, it doesn't make sense for the reveal, or, you know, if I put this on this page, that means I can't do this here, and blah, 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 blah. It becomes a problem. And all of a sudden you have to like rethink, or you might need to talk to the publishing house and say, hey, this, as much as I love this setup, it's not going to work for the totality of what we're doing. What you do as an artist is I normally spend, oh wait, I need to look at the face. What did I draw? Oh yeah, it's gonna have that dumb mouth coming up. Hold on, let me draw that mouth in. I need the right color though first. Let's get this in here. Let's go up even higher. I will also ask for what's called a galley sometimes. Like the book I'm going to be working on next, I ask for a galley. And what a galley is essentially what you're talking about. It's they go through, take the manuscript, and not only do they tell you what's on what page. Like I already knew what was going to be on what page, basically in the manuscript that was sent to me. But what they do is they actually like make text blocks specifically, so I know exactly what size the type is going to be, or what they're thinking about for typesetting it. And so I can go and manipulate that type, not necessarily change the size or move it around or things of that sort, but I can start to design around the type. The author is not expected to do or make a galley for the artist, but the publishing house can do that. So if you're on the writer side, you might say, here's what I'm thinking for pagination. They might just go, great, we're not going to do that, we're going to do this other thing. But if you can figure out how to paginate it, it does help to see what the author is thinking sometimes. As far as the like expectation that it's going to be exactly what an author thinks, I would not hold on to that, because things do change along the process. If you're an illustrator, you know, you want to try to stick relatively close to what the author proposed, or what the publishing house proposed. but there are times where you do have to, like, challenge the idea of, or the setup of what people are thinking, because it might hurt or help, or change the story in a way for something, for the worse, or something for the better, depending. So I tend to hold off on sort of making those calls on, like, what page things need to be on, until, like, when I'm writing my own, I hold off on trying to figure out what page everything's going to be on until I kind of have a majority of the manuscript down. Even though I might have in my head exactly where it's going to go, you might get to the end of the manuscript and realize you need an extra page in the middle, and then that throws off everything. Jeremy Ray Ross, Mark, how many books does someone have to have published to join the world famous Gabbing Doodle? I don't even know if there's a specific number. There is a list that is ongoing of people that we sort of are working with, and goes out quite a ways, month-wise and whatnot. Sometimes it's hundreds. No, I don't think anybody's ever had hundreds, but sometimes it's quite a few, and then sometimes we've had people on that it's been one or two. And sometimes it's also about trying to get diverse voices on, so we're not always picking the same type of person over and over and over again. There's not to say that, and I don't want it to feel like, ooh, I'm somehow saving people, or somehow like doing the good thing, like I need credit for it. But I want to make sure that we're not just having on people who are not showing a diverse background like the industry actually has. The industry is relatively robust, and there's quite a few people that have amazing work that don't get to be seen. And there's people that, there's names, there's big names, and if I can get names, I want names too. But sometimes it's about like, well, we haven't had someone who has represented this group, and out of equity and out of the idea that we could help expand, or in any way help get people to notice a subsection of the kidlit industry that we think deserves more notice. Those are the people that we're going to probably reach out extra hard to and try to fight to get on, if that makes any sense. Teacher Marin, going back to the thing about publishing, and does the author sort of have to lay stuff out? The other thing I would say in that sort of setup as well is that not all publishing houses work the same, and know that, like, there might be one that wants a lot more say in how stuff lays out. I've worked with some publishers who they basically say, go have fun. And if you want to move the type around, if you want to change its location, if you want to play with it on this page instead of that page, go do it. Which is lovely, potentially risky, depending on who you're dealing with as an artist. Like, I might actually be more of a problem with that because I have a design background and might want to have a little bit more say. I'm trying to find if I have any scrap paper that's white, already painted white here. I might want to have more say and go, you know what? I think I can hand out this type, or I can put this type in a spot that's going to make it amazing. And, am I the expert on it? No, there may be reasons why I shouldn't be touching the type. Whereas someone who doesn't have the background may be hesitant and maybe not try to get involved in things they shouldn't be involved in. But I like to be involved in every part of the project that I can be involved in. And so, like, designing, trying to think of, like, interesting ways to play around with the jacket and stuff like that. Like, I'm going to go out of my way to try to do that just because it's it's in my interest. Let's put it that way. I don't remember where I was going with that, but that's part of it. But I'm assuming that Teacher Marin, that you are. Oh, good night, Jeremy. Sorry, I'm coughing in the background. Teacher Marin, I'm assuming that you are writing something. If you are, say so. And then if you have questions about sort of like expectations, like, you know, as you probably already know, or if you don't know, that the author doesn't really converse with the illustrator until after the project is done. Authors generally don't have a big say in who the illustrator is. You know, they can put forward names and say these are people that I like, but that doesn't mean that the publisher has any requirement to use one of those names. You know, if it works out, great, but a lot of times it doesn't always fit. One of the things I learned early on is if an author is new, they try to pair that author with a known commodity, i.e. someone that is an artist who has been doing lots of stuff for a long time, or vice versa. That, you know, it's easier for them to see financial gain or sales if there's someone in that pairing that has experience, or they know has, you know, has the ability to make the project shine. And so then they can play a little bit more risky with the newbie of sorts. Oh, okay. You have a song that you wrote. You want to illustrate into a book. Songs are tricky because you're talking about rhyming. Rhyming is always. I mean, assuming that it's a rhyming song, I could be totally off on that. But rhyming is tricky. There was a time where there were a lot of people saying like, "Oh, rhyming picture books, don't even try it." But I've seen so many rhyming picture books that I don't think that that's like steadfast rule that you shouldn't have rhymes in your picture book. It just means if you do a bad rhyme, let's put it this way: bad rhymes are easy to spot. You know, so if you're going to do rhyming, just make sure you're very, very good at it, and understand that rhyming picture books are not for everyone. That, you know, some publishers shy away from them, but there's no reason why you can't. And again, there are lots of people that do it, so who's to say that you or I can't write a rhyming picture book? In fact, the next book that I'm working on is a rhyming picture book, so it's silly to like make that assumption that it's the worst thing in the world, or like that people should stay away from it. But just know that there's a challenge that goes with it. What did I draw for that nose? Oh, I just drew too little. Two little booger snots. Oh, yeah. That's the noise that this dragon makes. I'm gonna give him funny little wings. Still gotta do all the little people. I got about 40 minutes. Thank you for your generosity of knowledge. Teacher Marin, I don't even know if it's knowledge. I think it's just me talking. And I appreciate the fact that you think that somehow I am knowledgeable. This is called Somebody is a Teacher and Doesn't Know How to Shut Up. That's me, baby. Me, count on me. I'm not sure what wing shape I want here. Do a little wing like that. Do I want it to ride along the back, like so? I want it to sit further down. I feel like it needs to be smaller. I want it to like, let me cut it down a little bit. I want it to ride along the back like this. That's pretty good. I like that. And should I put it, maybe I'll put it up there like this. And I'll put another little hint of one over here. That's what I do. I got it. Thank you, me. You're welcome, me. Genius, me. Oh, thank you so much, me. Didn't I just say that I'm not a genius, and then here I am saying I am or something? I don't know what I said. One little wing goes right here. Lines up like that, and then, ready, watch this, watch this. I might have to cut this smaller. Hold on. One little wing right there. This is cute and funny. Cute, tiny wing. Do, 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 do. Hard part is getting it to stick when it sticks to my fingers. It's fun when you make something that makes you laugh. Lauren, do you like that wing? That little tiny wing? What's your name? Little tiny wing? What do you do? Well, I'm a wing and I'm little. What you do? Not much. Where are you from? Oh, little tiny Wingville. Oh, really? It's true. Little tiny Wingville. Do, 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 do. Little tiny Wingville. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Love how they're like bumble wings. They should be able to support the size of a dragon. Of course. You don't. You're assuming that these can't support the size of the dragon. Whatever. These are like the most powerful wings ever. Ever. So there's times when okay, so I'm going to say this, and this is going to be a bold, brash statement. Ready? Ah! There are times when I work on illustrations and I start them and I'm like, this is going to be cool. And then like halfway through, I'm like, this is dumb. And then there's times where I work on an illustration and I get past a certain point. I'm like, this is going to be so cool and it's dumb. And then it's back to being cool again. This is one of those ones where I started out going like, I don't think this is working out. This is not going to be a good one. And now I'm kind of starting to think like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is kind of fun. Maybe I actually do know what I'm doing. Maybe I'm smarter than I appear. I'm gonna add, let's see, I need a big old thick black marker. Doodle-a-doodle-a-doo. Big old thick black marker. Doodle-a-doodle-a-doo. That's my singing name. Big thick black marker. I know it sounds problematic. I get it. Not ignorant of that fact. Poke your little head out, Reagan. Hey, y'all want to hear something weird? My wife has to put up with me all the time, not just one night a week. Right, Lauren? She doesn't get like 6 days free. She doesn't get to turn this off. Do I have a favorite master painter? I guess, it depends on what you mean by master painter, but like Renaissance person. I'll tell you, there are painters that I really loved back when I was in school that I still think are pretty awesome. It's not anything that would relate to what I'm doing nowadays. But I used to love J.W. Waterhouse, John William Waterhouse. I thought his stuff was amazing. I also loved Sir Lawrence Alma Tadema. Mild Doodle says she's a saint. Yes, she is a saint for putting up with. She married me, and she was like, "Oh, he's so nice. Oh, he's gonna do all these." She holds this to me. Holds this to me. That sounds weird. She holds this over my head on a regular basis. That at one point I said I would give her a massage every night. Kind of situation or something like that. I forget what I said. Basically, I lied so hard. I tricked her. She didn't know what she was walking into. No, what was I talking about? Oh, Master Paint, Sir Lawrence Alma Tadema, J.W. Waterhouse, I think are amazing. Sargent, of course, is up there as far as like the his ability to like make a little squiggle of paint look like lace and things of that sort. As far as like classic illustrators, I do love like let's put it this way. I like Rockwell. I love Leyendecker. I like Parrish and whatnot, but Wyeth is better in my mind. Although, and Pyle, I do think that there's, I forget who made it, a piece called Marooned. I think is one of the best illustrations ever made. I can't remember whether it was Pyle or it's Wyeth. I want to say it was Pyle. It was a pirate that is marooned, and he's just sitting on the beach that is like sunset's going down. It's this big yellow long beach, and it's just this figure sitting on the beach, and that's it. There's not much to it, but it is fabulous. Fabulous. If anybody wants to look it up, you go look it up, and you say, "Hey, what's that called?" NC, not Andrew. And I mean, Andrew's cool and all, and Andrew, I don't have a problem with Andrew, but NCUY is for the win. Is it Pyle? Yeah. My wife just helped me out there. Finally, for once, you know. Finally gonna earn her keep around here. See, she has to put up with that all the time. Watch this. Ready? Hey, Lauren. Who's the coolest person you know? Answer correctly. She hasn't answered yet. Oh, our dog. I can't disagree with that. You're probably right on that front. She said our dog. Little Miss Mayonnaise. She's not technically wrong. Which is new for her. Christy's Corner. Are thumbnails still a big part of your process? I don't do thumbnails. But it's not because I think thumbnails are dumb or anything of that sort. It is more so because I just go to large scale sketches. I don't fool around, man. I'm someone who just I sort of go big right from the beginning. So like, because I do most of it in Procreate, like scale. If someone wants something changed, it's pretty easy to change it in that. So I don't over worry about sort of like how big or whatnot my sketches are. I just make a sketch that feels about right, and most of the time that's just full scale. Okay, I think I need to put in the bars. Need to put in the bars. The barge. Put some little. Okay, so here comes the question of where do I want to put these bars in, and what I need. What do I want to do this with? I want to do it with a marker, but I feel like I need something that's like a little. Like I need to figure out where I want them to go. I don't necessarily. I guess I can do it with this. I don't want them to. Ooh, let's use this. Yeah, that's good. That's good. What I don't want to do is I don't want to put them in spots where like it conflicts with those stuff. But if I can get, these are the wrong colors. But this is just about getting value down so I can see where they should go. Let's cut some strips. Like how close do they need to be with one another? Can they be a little bit angled? Does it matter if I cut through some stuff? And then I'll remove these and draw them in, but this will give me a sense of where I want to go. Like, I want to be mindful of the wing. I don't want to cover up the wing too much. I gotta draw little nails on the dude. On the dude. Is that too much? I mean, maybe these are just too thick. I can thin them out if need be, but let's just see. Don't cut the wrong way. Let's see, because I don't want to ruin that little wing. That's definitely a no-no. But if I did this, that'll work okay. And then I need a little thing that would be the little lock on it. I could probably put it over here, something like that. I need to look at it like, I'll look straight down through the camera and see what it looks like. I think I just need to be thinner, but I'm okay with that setup. So let's get the right marker for what I want. I need one that's not going to die out on me. This one has that potential. Better. Okay, so let's remove and place lines in as we go. Let's do this one. This one can go in here. I'm going to start it there. Ugh. Let's see. How do I do this without moving these other ones? Is the challenge. One. You're like, oh, I don't know about that placement, but we'll figure it out. Might have to adjust some of the pigment there. This one needs to go down right about there. It also needs to come all the way up. I don't know why I stopped it there. One here. One that goes down through this. One that goes down here. Start right about there. And one that goes down there. So let me let this dry. And I will thicken them up ever so slightly. As we go through this. Okay, let's try one right about there. So let's see. Let's start on this side. Go. Marker ASMR, yes it is. Squeak, 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 squeak. Make sure it dries before I go and make any dumb smudges that I don't want. Okay. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Dry, 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 dry. Are there other questions? I have to wait for these to dry before I can do some other little tweaks to them. But I also got a little close here. Let's see if I can peel up that little bit of coinage that touches that bar. It's just a little tangent. What I'll do is I will color it in accordingly. So you won't even notice it. You won't see it. I will color that little bar in there so it doesn't touch. And then I have to paint a little blip on this side of this one because the bar got too close to it. So it crosses over the thing here. How am I doing on time? Whoa! Is it 11:40? 11:40. I got 20 minutes. I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. Whoa! I have to add some little shadows being cast by these on the dragon too, I think. One more on here. That guy going. What? What if I name my dragon? Boris. Boris McSnorris. Tinkleberry Magoo. More like Dingleberry. Hello. Put some little. That one just. Don't get dirty, marker. Don't be a dirty marker. Yeah. Boris. No, let's see. What would be a better name? Boris. I feel like Boris is kind of boring. What? Bartholomew. I mean, I do like Buford. Buford's always a good name. Well, that sounds southern. I don't know as this dragon is from the south. So Alistair. Dougie Fresh. Need to add little chains that hold that up, and I need to add a little lock. So let's make a little lock piece for that. I'm gonna stick that down. Not that because that's the wrong color. Now, why would you ask? I'm going from black to black. People might not even notice this. This one has blue underneath it. This one has red underneath it. There's no blue in this. I don't want to put blue down. no blue. If I do a little thing like this, right there, and then I'll make a little line and make it feel like it's I just ruined this piece though because I got glue on the spot. I didn't want to get glue. I must have another piece of dart here somewhere I can pull. In fact, I do. Let me just grab another little warm patch here. There we go. Just got glue on the spot, so I can't draw back on top of it if I wanted to because I have glue on it. What is my favorite illustration that I've done? I really love a piece that's on my website or on my Instagram that's a fountain that's like spraying a bunch of people. I like, I'm trying to think, like most of the time it's the stuff that's like right up front on my website. I think there's ones that are like standouts off the top of my head. Hold on, let me look. I'll tell you in a second. I have a bunch of them over here. I like, not that one. Oh, I like the bears on the porch with the acorns. I like, the girl swinging on amongst the two hands of her two parents, her dads. I like the dogs at the deli counter. I like, oh, you know what my favorite one is? No, I know my favorite one. It's the dinosaur dance party where their dinosaurs are dancing around a volcano. That's by far my favorite one. And the reason that's my favorite one is because the dinosaurs, just the design of the dinosaurs are so good that it makes it everything for me. That's on my Instagram feed and on my website, so you should be able to find it if you want to see it. Okay, let's draw the lines in for these guys. Hi. Let's go and put some stuff down on this to make this feel like it's got a key and a lock. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to maybe grab the color that I used for that. Let's go in here and let's make it a little bit smaller than the piece that's there. Yeah, a little bit more. I'll put that in there, and then I can put the little lock hole. Lock hole, son, won't you go? Go. Okay, let's see if we can put those chains in or something. Maybe I do this green. Oh, this green up here. That can work there. Add some touches of stuff around. Okay. Now the question is, should I have little knights and stuff running off, scared by said dragon. Should I not? Let's see, these need to go. So what do we think? Should I have some sort of little knight or something running off? Or is it fun just to have the dragon trap there and we walk away clean? Question is, why wouldn't I? Run away, run away, run away. Okay, I have 9 minutes. So it's a question, do I want to do like little... How would I even do those? What I don't want to have to do is I don't want to have to like draw in. Maybe I'll just do them in like paint and then walk away clean. Maybe a little blue. Actually, that's what I do. I take this blue, which is the one I used, and this, and I use that. And do I have any other paints that are out here that I need to get back? Nope, just that one, I think. So I use that, and I use that. I'll put those out here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to paint those in as tiny. They're going to be tiny little dudes. They don't need to be fancy. Little guys like this. We'll see how this works. If this doesn't work, then I will get rid of them. But let me see. Do this, and I'm going to come in here and I'm going to draw some little lines on them. No, I don't think it works. So let's get some brushes and a little bit of water and get rid of that real quick. It's too much. Okay. Oh, I keep dropping pencils behind my desk. That's a pain because I don't want them to break. Whatever color they may be. Stop. I mean, I could do like a little cape and a little foot running off, and maybe that's all it is. Maybe that's the way to do it instead. So let's take the scrap here. I'm going to paint it up with a little bit more of this. Pigment here, maybe a little bit of this purple. So the person isn't so small, it's just one night that's running away. Okay, so let's do this. Where's my scissors? Just a little leg like this. Here, and then I'll give a little cape like that. I'll color them up and get them all set. So, little leg right there. Little cape, or whatever you want to call that. In that range, let's dry it. Let's add our details. I'm going to add a little shine running up there, and then a little dark. Where is that pencil? That's not it, that's not it, that's not it. Where is it? Gotta find it quick. I'm gonna run out of time. I guess I can use this. There's a sense of shadow there. I might make that leg just a little bit smaller. Where are we time-wise? Where are we time-wise? Ooh, boy. We're cutting it close. Okay. Are there any other things I want to do? Let's add some. Textures in here. Let's get in here and Add a little bit of cheeks on there. This might cut out. Cross our fingers, it doesn't. A little bit of warm knees there.